Everybody, let's have a city council meeting. So we'll convene for the afternoon of October 19th, and let's begin. If you're able to stand, please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, today's invocation will be provided by Karen Adamski. Councilmember Foley will tell us more, including whether or not I just mispronounced Karen's last name.
That was pretty good.
Okay, phew.
I'm really excited to introduce our invocator for today, Karen Adamski. Karen has been very active in her neighborhood, working to create positive messaging of kindness and generosity. She does so by hand-painting signs and placing them throughout her neighborhood. These messages provide encouragement to her neighbors. She spreads joy through her work on art box projects and a neighborhood lending library, and brings her passion to spread positive energy wherever she goes, making her a valued community leader. Because of this, Karen was in my first cohort to receive a District 9 star back in 2019. Today, she's going to provide our invocation, and I'm certain she's going to bring good karma to today's City Council meeting. With that, I welcome Karen Adamski.
Thank you. Thank you, Pam. Yes, I'm Karen Adamski, and I'm from District 9. I was born and raised in the Bay Area here. So I've lived here all my life, and for the past 30 years, I've been very proud to call San Jose my home. I'm proud and I'm thankful that I live in a community that's filled with diversity and knowledge, wisdom, history, fast-paced internet, and slow-growing redwood trees. We are truly blessed to live where we do. It's not always easy, and it's not always pretty. Things are not always to our liking, but that's just how life is, and we do our best. And as a community, we have the choice always to walk in beauty. Walk in beauty is a Navajo saying. To walk in beauty means to walk in harmony with all things, all people, animals, land, everything. Walking in beauty means always looking for the beauty around you, even when it's hard to find. It's always there if you walk in beauty. When we stop and look and listen and acknowledge the beauty around us, we grow and we bloom as individuals, and in turn, we then grow as a community. It doesn't take much, just a smile or a wave, just a good job, and I see you, an open mind, an open heart, a sharing of a random act of kindness, speaking from your heart to your neighbor's heart. These simple acts create a ripple or an echo throughout the land, like a pebble hitting still water or a voice echoing through the canyon. It continues to grow, it continues to give, it continues on. So I encourage you to give thought to your personal ripple, to your personal echo. What are you echoing into the community? Where can you help add beauty and kindness? 8 years ago, Pam was just mentioning, my family and I, we hung happy signs in our neighborhood. So we went out in the darkness of night and we hung these signs. I actually brought one to show you today, but it got confiscated up there.
Oh, no.
But it says on it, "Be awesome." And they're just happy messages, and we hung these under the darkness of night. It was so fun. And then in the light of day, we got to watch the magic happen. It was so great. And to this day, the magic is still happening. We saw delight and wonder and happiness on the faces of our neighbors. And these signs have multiplied. Others began making and hanging signs. We don't even make the signs anymore, but they keep popping up. And they've rippled and they've echoed throughout San Jose and beyond. Kindness and beauty and harmony can be planted just like seeds. Those little signs, they were just like seeds. And they bloom. And when they bloom, life becomes more colorful. So I invite you to sprinkle some seeds of love and kindness in your own way, whenever, wherever, and however you can. It's super easy. It's super simple. Be nice. Help when you can. Be kind to all living things, including yourself. So, my friends, may you always, always walk in beauty. Many blessings to you and yours. Namaste.
Thank you very much, Mr. Damsky. And my apologies for the seizure of any signs. We do follow strict adherence to a no happiness policy here during city council meetings. But I very much appreciate your words. All right, we're on to ceremonial items. I'm first going to ask Councilmember Carrasco to join me at the podium. We'll recognize and proclaim National Arts and Humanities Awareness for the celebration of culture.
Hello, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Magdalena Carrasco. I represent the beautiful east side of San Jose, and it is my honor today to proclaim October as National Arts and Humanities Month. Since 1993, National Arts and Humanities Month has been a coast-to-coast collective celebration of culture within America. National Arts and Humanities Month has helped give millions of Americans the opportunity to explore new facets of art, exposing our kiddos to fabulous opportunities to channel their time and energy, and of course, to bring us all together. As we continue to face the consequences of an ongoing pandemic, the arts and humanities serve as a medium with which to escape, express, and advocate. It's clear that the pandemic disproportionately affected our creative community. It financially burdened them, their creative spaces like theaters, museums, arts educational classrooms, all closed. Yet the need for human expression became increasingly all that more critical and valued as our community turned to music, dance, literature, and poetry to persevere. The pandemic has left lasting impressions and struggles. It's left heartache and personal devastation. The arts invite us to have a meaningful experience with our human spirit. During National Arts and Humanities Month, we celebrate the power of the arts and humanities that serves to amplify the voice of our community members. And only a week ago, led by our wonderful Carrie and of course the Department of Economic Development, we celebrated the Cornerstone Recognition, where we lifted up the arts community as well as honored those distinguished members of our community that have made a long-standing impact. I want to thank the entire arts community for sharing your talent. You bring us together, you lift us up, and you encapsulate the human experience through an artistic language that resonates with all of us. I also want to thank our chair, who happens to be here for the Arts Commission. The work that you do with the other commissioners, truly, it's invaluable. I want to remind everybody that the journey begins the moment that our kiddos pick up a book, listen to music, dance, or pick up a paintbrush. It's magic. So to those creatives who have enshrined their magic into the arts and inspired us all, thank you so much, and happy National Arts and Humanities Month to everyone. And I'd like to invite Carrie to come and say a few words. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Carrasco, and thank you to the full council and to the mayor for your support of the arts in San Jose. And it's because the arts bring us together, they lift us up, and they educate us. And they help us connect to ourselves and to each other and to this great city that we all live in and that we cherish. And it's through our collective work, which is the mayor and the council and the Arts Commission and the Office of Economic Development and Cultural Affairs, that together we're weaving the arts into the fabric of our everyday lives. And so I want to recognize that we're here today with Dr. Smita Garg, who's the chair of the Arts Commission. She's an arts educator, and Nancy Klein, the director of the Office of Economic Development and Cultural Affairs. And together, we're really seeking to enrich this great city through the arts. And as Councilmember Carrasco said, this month, as we always do, we honor exemplary arts leadership. And we had a cornerstone of the arts celebration at the Hammer Theater Center, and we recognized the Multicultural Arts Leadership Institute, which is a program of the School of Arts and Culture at the Mexican Heritage Plaza. It's a great program, and we recognized it for its collective creative impact. We also bestowed 2 amazing awards to 2 great leaders, the late Dr. Jerry Hura and the general manager of Symphony San Jose, formerly known as Symphony Silicon Valley. So yeah, it was a great celebration. We had over 150 people there in person, and we had 600 people watching on the city's YouTube channel. So it was a really great event. So I want to thank Councilmember Carrasco for being there. I want to thank you for all of your support. She's a fearless advocate for the arts. Thank you very much, Magdalena Carrasco. And I want to thank all of our city partners, all of our partners across departments, and my colleagues that work with us, and the city manager, and all of our team here at the city for making this a great place to be and helping us to really inspire creative expression through the arts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carrie. All right, I think Councilmember Foley is going to join me next. I believe we're going to recognize National Disability Awareness Month. I'm sorry, Disability Employment Awareness Month? Did I get that wrong? Okay. All right, we got it all now. Okay. Hi, welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Councilmember Pam Foley, and I represent Council District 9. Today, I'm honored to celebrate this October as the 76th Annual National Disability Employment Awareness Month. The purpose of National Disability Employment Awareness Month, or NDEAM, is to educate about disability employment and community involvement issues, as well as to commemorate the many contributions of people with disabilities to America's workplace and economy. Disability is an evolving concept, can include difficulties in hearing, vision, cognitive function, ambulation, and chronic health issues. It results in attitudinal and environmental barriers that negatively impact the way people with disabilities are able to participate in society. 1 in 4 adults in the United States have a disability. Therefore, 1 in 4 American adults are faced with challenges and attitudinal barriers to employment, such as stereotyping, discrimination, and ableism. In fact, due to the disproportionate impact of the pandemic on people with disabilities in the United States, 1 in 5 workers with disabilities lost their jobs during just the first months of the pandemic, compared to 1 in 7 workers in the general population. Workplaces that are welcoming of the talents and value added to all people, including people with disabilities, are a critical part of our efforts to build an accessible, inclusive community and a strong economy. It's important that our workplaces promote courteousness and mindfulness of differing needs. Everyone deserves a workplace that allows them to equally participate and comfortably and effectively work with others. With this proclamation, I want to reaffirm the City of San Jose's dedication to ensuring equal access and opportunity for all, that we will continue to take steps throughout the year to recruit, hire, retain, and advance individuals with disabilities, and work to pursue the goals of opportunity, full participation, economic self-sufficiency, and independent living for people with disabilities. Today, we welcome Chris Wright, San Jose resident and Project Search Liaison of Hope Services, Silicon Valley's leading provider of services to people with developmental disabilities and mental health needs. Chris is accompanied by Peru, who is her service dog. Chris will accept this proclamation from Mayor Liccardo and speak about the wonderful employment programs that Hope Services offers that promote job development, community involvement, and more for our disabled community. Welcome, Chris.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor and members of the council, thank you for having us here today to speak on behalf of Hope Services. I'm proud to say that I've worked for Hope for over 40 years. And I guess my most memorable has been working with people with disabilities and helping them find jobs. And it's been a challenging, past few years for us, but we're getting through it. And I want to recognize some of the companies within San Jose who have been so supportive of Hope Services, employing our folks. So we have a couple of very unique programs at Hope. One is called Project Search, where we have a team of 9 of clients working in several departments at San Jose Kaiser Hospital. They work in 9 different departments, gaining work skills, soft skills, and we also have classes during that time to help them with their resume and interview skills. After the 9 months at Kaiser Hospital, working in the cafe, pediatrics, housekeeping, and many other departments, they graduate, and then it's my job to help them find employment. The other program that we have is at Stanford and Lucille Packard Hospitals. They have taken in 9 of our interns, and they have them working throughout the campus at Stanford. They've also they've hired a few of our folks to work in their cafes, which are also contracted by other companies. within the campus, they've employed my folks at the Stanford Bookstore, the Medicine of Law, the Library of Medicine, and the Library of Law, as well as other departments within the campus. So our basic focus in our classes and our working at Project Search is to get to know our folks on a personal level, get to know their strengths, their weaknesses. And, you know, a lot of times I have to be honest with them and say, you know what, that job may not be a good match for you, but let's explore some other venues. Because the whole thing is, if I find a successful job match, that person is going to stay with that job for, many of my folks have been in their jobs for 10 plus years, and they don't want to leave because of the support within the community. I have the privilege of being a job developer in Silicon Valley, so I, love going to these conferences and brag about all the different companies that hire our folks, including Microsoft, Google, Facebook, Amazon, Roche Biotech, and many of you know the other places that hire our folks, the movie theaters and the grocery stores, the Safeway, Lucky's. They've all been really good to our clients and have been offering them jobs left and right. But this pandemic has been different and difficult because a lot of them are home right now waiting for the next step. But some of the companies have continued to pay them through, out this period. So that's been, a joy for them, so they can still continue to live here. But anyway, if any of you need or know of someone that may need assistance with job development, they can look up hopeservices.org, and we have a list of numbers and contact and employment opportunities listed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
You can come over here with us. All right, here we go.
All right. Thank you for all the amazing work that Hope Services does in our community. Councilmember Prowse, I believe you're next up. Finally, our final accommodation. This is National Bowling Freedom from Workplace Bullying Month. Thank you very much, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. And welcome. We have Bill Gold, Randy Perry, and Carolyn Gibson from our Office of Employee Relations joining us. So today, I'm here to recognize the month of October as Freedom from Workplace Bullying Month. Freedom from Workplace Bullying Month is commemorated in October every year and is focused on raising awareness on the issues of helping individuals break through the shame and silence surrounding bullying. Workplace bullying is a serious issue that affects the lives of many individuals. Research has shown that abusive work environments can lead to stress-related health consequences such as headaches, panic attacks, and heart attacks. Having a toxic work environment also stunts progress and growth for the organizational culture at large. The City of San Jose promotes the social and economic well-being of its residents, employees, and employers. And that well-being depends on the existence of healthy and productive employees working in a safe and abuse-free work environment. The City of San Jose focuses on providing protection from an abusive work environment and ensures that every employee feels supported. I, along with our mayor and my council colleagues, do proclaim the month of October as Freedom of Workplace Bullying. And I'd now like to introduce Bill Gold, Randy Perry, and Carolyn Gibson from our Office of Employee Relations to accept this proclamation from the mayor. And I don't know who's yes. Somebody speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Perales, Mayor, and Council. Councilmember Perales said everything that I had planned on saying. The City of San Jose is committed to promoting and maintaining a workplace that is open and inclusive to every employee, applicant, and member of the public in our community. We work toward this goal in many ways, and one of those is by preventing workplace bullying. The Office of Employee Relations regularly provides training regarding the city's expectations about professional and appropriate workplace conduct. These trainings help our employees learn how to identify and quickly address issues like workplace bullying.
Here at the city, we want to ensure that our employees can do what they do best, which is provide valuable services to our community each and every day while feeling safe and comfortable at work. We also want our employees to feel safe raising concerns when they see things that don't seem right, so that we can provide assistance to them. We encourage all employees to contact our office at any time for training related to workplace bullying or to get assistance should they have concerns. There are also other avenues readily available for concerns to be raised, such as the city's whistleblower hotline. Again, we want to thank Councilmember Perales, the mayor and the council for highlighting this very important issue. And we look forward to continuing our work to maintain a workplace that's free of bullying in the city of San Jose.
All right, now we're on to orders of the day. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any changes to the printed agenda. I understand that there is an amended item 3.5, actions related to Guadalupe Gardens fencing project and temporary closure of Spring Street and Asbury Streets to be added under orders of the day. It requires 2/3 vote for that to happen. And staff is requesting deferral of item 2.9, which is a conditional summary vacation declaration surplus and sale of a portion of North Almaden Boulevard. That deferral will be for 2 weeks. So are there any other changes to the printed agenda? Or a motion?
So moved.
Yeah, it appears there are members of our community who are here on that item 2.9. So we'll certainly hear public comment, but for now the proposal is to defer this 2 weeks and come back to discuss it. Okay, do we have any cards from the public, Tony?
Do we want to take the 2.9 speakers here under orders of the day or under consent calendar?
I think that would be appropriate. Yeah, but if we're deferring, then they wouldn't.
Okay, we could do it.
Yeah, okay. So if you'd like to speak on that item on 2.9, we can take that under orders of the day now. I would just remind everybody who's coming to speak, we're actually not deciding the matter. We're deciding whether to defer it 2 weeks for subsequent consideration.
Okay, so I'll call the name cards in person, and I want to remind the public speakers online that this is specific to orders of the day, which is deferring 2.9 and adding 3.5. The speaker cards we have are Sarah McDermott, Maggie Santos, Ruben, and Frank. If you just come down in whatever order, state your name. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah McDermott, Political Director of Unite Here Local 19. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to speak on this issue. We submitted a letter on this, as well as over 145 of our members and community members have submitted emails to City Council members. There has not been public discussion on this sale to the Almaden Corner project. We believe this is a bad deal for the city and community, and that public input could have made it a better deal and can make it a better deal. When this project was discussed in January 2020, hotel workers, residents, trade unions, and historical preservationists expressed concerns about the Almaden Corner project. Our concerns were ignored. Now you are selling a piece of land, a piece of city land to this developer. This is clearly beneficial to the developer, but what does it do for our community? You should have meaningful engagement with community to hear the benefits they want to see from this project, beyond just contributions to the convention center. Why rush into a deal when the city gets nothing up front and the community's needs have not been met? Please take these into account as you continue to consider this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Ruben Nuno, and I work on the Fairmont San Jose. I live in South San Jose neighborhood. I ask that you vote no in these items. Don't approve this deal without getting more for the community. Hotel workers deserve a voice in public land sales. Don't sell San Jose Shore. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maggie Santos, and I'm working at the Fairmont Hotel in San Jose. I'm living in Willow Glen area neighborhood. Please vote no in items 2.9. If you're reaching this sale without consideration, the community concern will be aided a developer with selling the community in the city's shore. Please vote no in this Almaden Corner land deal. Don't sell this shore, don't sell San Jose Shore. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Frank Cave-Lacoste. I'm an organizer with Unite Here Local 19 and a former server at the Dianza Hotel. I'm requesting that you vote no on this. This project is next to my former workplace, the Dianza Hotel, which I love and cherish the years that I worked there. And as a former hotel worker, I'm really concerned about this project, and in particular, concerned that you're moving forward with the sale without getting public input from workers, from residents, and other concerned community members. If you engage with the community, I really think that you can get more for San Jose, right? That you could ensure that the jobs at this future hotel are quality jobs by establishing a minimum labor standard. Don't approve this project without getting more for the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller 6910. Again, this is on orders of the day, specifically amending 3.5 and deferring 2.9. Go ahead.
This is on 3.5. The Office of Affordable Housing has sent out an inclement weather alert for 3 storms that are coming in tomorrow night all the way through Sunday. So there will probably be inclement weather episodes that are listed. I'm asking to call off the sweep of Spring Street. It's an issue of humanity. That whole area will be a mud pit as soon as it starts to rain, and forcing people to be swept out at a time when they should be battening down the hatches, trying to put tarps over their RVs, trying to protect themselves from rain, trying to get warm. It's inhumane. Granted, I know that Sam still let everyone get swept out of the jungle in pouring rain and 3-inch mud, but maybe the rest of the council has a heart and can realize that we should not do that again. So if we could call off the sweep, postpone the sweep of Spring Street due to inclement weather, there will be rain nonstop from tomorrow night all the way to Monday. So maybe we could have Home First go out with emergency blankets.
Please focus the item on what it's.
And protect people so that at Spring Street so that they are not being swept, and postpone, any activity at Spring Street during this next week. That would be great because people should be protected. Our death rate is already through the roof. we will exceed last year's death rate by at least 20 to 30 people, and that will be on you. We can be proactive this time and make some decisions that will save people's lives. Your choice right now is saving people's lives or not saving people's lives in the next week. Thank you.
Tessa Woodmansey. Again, this is on amending 3.5 and deferring 2.9.
Yeah, just a reminder, everyone, this is just on orders of the day.
Thank you. Tessa Woodmansey, really appreciate this. It would be helpful if we discussed what 3.5 and 2.9 are. If we had a little chart that showed us that, that would be helpful for democracy and education. But I did look it up, so I do know. And so, yes, very, very appreciate all the citizens that came to talk about 2.9. And I'm just going to consider that most probably is, well, it is city land. And it's the same issue that happened at Stockton and Julian. That was redevelopment land. And and nobody asked us community, what do we want on that land? I wanted a park on that land. I wanted open land. And nobody asked me, and it got sold to become a hotel. And just what people are saying, and thank you, citizens of San Jose, for speaking up and saying, talk to us. And that's not what you're doing. And you're doing economic growth for the city and not talking about what's good for our community. And that's what's got to change. We have to care about the people. And then in terms of 3.5, thank you, citizens that are talking about that life and death. And that's really the issue of all of the decisions that we're making as we go forward. As Sir David King is saying, that we have 3 or 4 years to save humanity. And what we're doing right now and kicking people off of the land over by the Guadalupe so that we could potentially build more airports. That's the reason why we have to kick people off, so that we can get money from the federal government to expand our airport. That is the wrong decision, the wrong way we're going. We have to start thinking about saving the people. And that's why we have to expand our Charter Review Commission to deal with the people's issues. We need...
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I had a procedural question. Thank you very much for taking the time to describe that this is a time to ask about questions about 2.9 and 3.5. I had a question about 3.5. As you're amending it, will you still be talking about it at the time that it comes up at 3.5 later today? I can talk about it then. Yes. Yes?
Yes.
Great, thank you. I will save my public comment for then. Thank you.
Back to the mayor.
Thank you. All right, on orders of the day, let's vote. Vice Mayor, you just indicated you'd like to speak? Oh, no. Okay, you're voting. Okay. Poor Haim, right. Okay. All right. That passes.
And that the vote was unanimous with 2 absent.
Okay, thank you. So let's move forward to the closed session report. Nora?
Thank you. We do not have anything to report out of closed session today.
All right, next up is the consent calendar. Are there any items the council would like to pull from the consent calendar? Councilmember Carrasco indicates she'd like to pull 2.10, which is applications for the California State Parks Outdoor Equity Grants Program. I don't see any other colleagues seeking to pull items. So let's go to that item first, item 2.10. Councilmember Carrasco?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if there's anybody here that can speak to the grant, which I think is wonderful, by the way.
Good afternoon, John Cicerelli, Director, Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services.
Hi, John. Thank you so much. I love the idea of being able to give our kiddos and families opportunities that they haven't had. The first year that I was in council, one of my budget documents was to take folks up to family camp. We went the entire weekend. The mayor was kind enough to match me, and we were able to transport our families up there as well, be able to provide transportation. Yeah, I only have one basic question, which is understanding the breakdown of the budget. $2 million is a great amount of money to be able to offer. I just want to make sure that we're maximizing and we're able to offer as many folks who haven't had these opportunities to be able to experience this.
Thank you for the question. We absolutely are. We looked at this very tightly because it's a lot of work, and that's why there's only 4 sites, even though, you know, we targeted our Project Hope sites, as you're aware. We'd love to do all 9 of them if we could. We don't have the capacity, and the funding isn't there to do it. But yes, we expect to spend all of this money. And the nice bonus is that the kids get to keep the gear we buy for them and take it home. So, you know, they walk away with something more than just an experience. They actually walk away with some camping equipment so that they might do it in the future.
Okay, but so this is a multi-year, correct? Multi-year program?
I believe it is, but I'm not sure.
I thought it was for 3 years, 4 sites. It still comes out to about $500,000 per site. Mm-hmm. And so is it just the family camp that we're spending the $475 per site for these
No. There's activities
participants?
going on in town as well. The camping is the big part, the big trip. But there's a lot of work that goes on before that, working with the kids. It's not just show up and get on the bus and we hand you stuff and we go and come back. But let me ask Avi or Tom. Tony, can you look on the other side of the ledger there? And Avi or Tom, AVI, should have his hand up.
Yeah, I gave him permission to speak.
What's that?
I gave him permission to speak.
Okay. So I'm going to have Avi answer the question. He is listening, and he wrote the grant.
Well, awesome. Thank you so much. Hi, Avi.
Hi, Councilmember Carrasco. This is Avi Otom, Deputy Director for Parks. I assume I'm being heard? Yes, I'm.
It's a very, very strange experience.
Indeed. So you and John are totally on point. This grant program is designed to serve 4 neighborhoods selected from many that we evaluated in the community for a total of 3 years. So for the 4 Project Hope neighborhoods that we will be serving, we will have a total of 2 trips to family camp per year, 1 focused on teens and 1 focused on families, as well as a local trip to a county park, because in our community outreach to many of the neighborhoods that we're proposing for, we received great feedback that a trip to family camp may be inaccessible to members of our community. So a local trip where community members could experience nature, but without going for 3 nights and 4 days, would be valuable to them. And as John mentioned, the actual trip to family camp would be the culmination of a series of classes that would prepare the teens and families to engage with nature, including conservation awareness, water awareness, greater understanding of the natural environment and how to be stewards of that, so that that learning can be brought back to all of our communities.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to go back to the budget item that I passed, or that council supported my first year out. It cost me, I'm not comparing because I don't know what the differences are, but between the mayor and myself, it cost us under $35,000 to send about 200 individuals, children and families, plus transportation. We hiked, we did archery, bonfires, night walks, stargazing, swimming, you name it. It was fantastic. And the only reason why I'm bringing this up is because if there's any way that we can expand those 4 sites given this budget, like I said, about 200 individuals went. I went there, my entire team was there, and it cost us under $35,000.
Yeah, I don't know if Avi has a comment on the budget. We can certainly look at that. There is a capacity issue. You know, again, as I mentioned in the beginning, 4 sites is about maximum we have the staff to administer.
But that's staff. We're talking about the budget, though, right? The
Yes,
budget is about $500,000 per area.
I understand the question you're asking. I'm saying there may not be capacity on the staff side to do more. But Avi, if you can, yeah.
Yeah, I'll jump in. So for these 4 sites across 3 years, in total, just transportation alone,
We're estimating will cost nearly $300,000. So that would be the cost of transporting our community members both to the local county park, as well as transporting 150 people per year per neighborhood up to family camp. So that would be transportation to and from, as well as a day trip from our family camp over to Yosemite National Park. So transportation on its own is quite expensive. The overall breakdown for the rest of the costs is split pretty evenly between staff costs to plan and operate the program, especially the local component, and the cost of program supplies, accommodations at family camp, and so on. So Councilmember Crosco, to hone in on this past year when we reevaluated our model just to run one weekend family trip, possibly as part of the budget process, we actually identified that the cost to serve now would be about $75,000 per trip. This program, as John mentioned, involves more than just the trip, so there's a greater level of staffing and programmatic design that goes with it.
Thank you, Avi. Thank you so much. Again, if there's any way to expand it, I'd love to be able to see that. I get, the capacity is obviously very limiting, but thank you for thinking about our kids. I want to just tell you, I've never experienced the kind of joy that these families were having. It was unlike anything I've ever experienced, and I've been through a lot of, I've worked with a lot of families and a lot of programs. This was just sheer joy of being out there at a bonfire, stargazing. I didn't think would be such a big deal. Every single member of that group came out of their tent to go on a night hike to gaze at the stars. It was unbelievable. So thank you so much. I do appreciate the efforts here and really thinking about giving our families a whole different experience.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Is there a motion on that item?
Second.
Actually, forgive me, there's no other items pulled on consent, is there? Are there? Okay. So would you like to include the entire consent calendar? Okay. Let's take comments from members of the public.
Tessa Woodmansey, and this is on the entire consent calendar.
Yes. Okay. Tessa Woodmansey, what I'm noticing, and I know you're going to cut me off, Tony Tabor, is that our city clerk, Tony Tabor, has power to shut us off. And that's wrong, Tony, because we need, and I'll get back to the point. I know what we're talking about. I am interested in talking about that, but that needs to stop because we need to say how we need to get back onto the topic instead of just shutting us off. And I know you have that power, and you have a lot of power in our city, and that has to change. We need to have a community to be educated, to go back onto topic, and then that's when you can maybe turn it off if they don't do that after you tell us.
Could I encourage you to go back on the topic?
Okay, thank you, Mayor Liccardo. I love you. Thank you for saying that. Yes, I had to take my time to do that. So anyway, this issue is very much a concern. We need to make City of San Jose a beautiful place. Like my husband says, he will know that we are dealing with our climate crisis when he can see the stars in San Jose, when he sees no cars on Stockton Avenue. And to say that we're going to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to take people up using fossil fuels, to take them up to go to the mountains, which really we shouldn't be going to at all because of our fires and all the issues. I don't want to spend a penny of my tax dollars to transport anybody up to a city camp. That is not the way we need to get going. We need to make San Jose a beautiful place to live. We need to do that. We need to make this our garden city. This a place where we can see the stars. This a place that we don't have to breathe toxic air. And we can't be sending people up to the mountains. That has to stop because that's what's causing our fires, bringing up our fossil fuels into the forest and creating the fires. We need to stop that. And we need to make San Jose the garden city. That's what we have to start doing and showing our children how to do that and living fossil fuel free. That's how we will have a future for our children.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thank you, Tony, for the clarification that we can speak on all consent calendar items at this time. I wanted to speak on items of the Smart Wave, redistricting commission person, and Indigenous Day. items. About the smart wave, as always, good luck how we can work hand in hand with the future of digital inclusion and open public policies. I think those two working together is how we really build our future well and our communities well. About the redistricting issues, just a reminder that you're starting to work on the mapping at this time. I find it really interesting that there are ideas around District 3 and District 5 moving east-west across the entire city. I hope you can do that with District 7, possibly into Google, and with District 6 and District 9. I think that would be very interesting in the ideas of equity and just better relationships for the future of our city. And with 53 seconds to speak on the Indigenous Day items, thank you very much for this item and all the effort and work it must have been to do this. It's quite an accomplishment. It is from that accomplishment that the city charter process is currently will be addressing the future of housing issues for the remainder of its time. I'm hoping that the future, it may take a bit of time and that the Charter Commission can possibly be extended through to early spring to address these important issues, because these housing issues can address actually ideas of local neighborhood equity, and from neighborhood equity comes ideas of green sustainability and ideas of Ohlone issues that all can be on the future of the city charter process. Good luck how we can do this. Thank you.
Brian?
Sorry. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. I really wanted to add that those camps, and I do acknowledge and validate what the other speaker was saying, but those camps are magic. I've had the honor and privilege and all sorts of other stuff to take young people, primarily with disabilities, up to these camps and rafting and skiing and rope courses and zip lines and the whole 9 yards. I can't do that anymore. You could see me on a zip line, wouldn't look good. But just to say, you never take that stuff can never be taken away from people. It's just something that cements the human soul to the ground, to where we're at. And I think it can add that beauty. I do agree. We want San Jose to be the garden spot, and I'm agreeing with that too. But those trips, and trust me, I know about the transportation. That's not cheap in quality, but that's cheap and expensive. That's a really good price you guys are getting there. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Caller 5140.
Do we really need the taxpayer to pay for people to go to the mountains when they could just maybe drive there themselves, have their family members drive them? I don't know. I also want to wish everybody a belated happy Columbus Day, since for a couple of years it was Columbus Day, even though you guys said it was, and it was still that on your city website, and you were getting paid for that. And all those years before you were paid for Columbus Day, paid off. You go golfing, whatever you guys do on your day off on Columbus Day, now Indigenous Peoples Day. And maybe you should give that money back. I mean, if it was so terrible. Matter of fact, whoever thinks Columbus was so bad and Native Americans not treated so well, it's true. Maybe you should give your property back that you're sitting on, Sam, and all you other real estate people out there have got generations of real estate that was basically taken from the Ohlone people. You should give it back because you feel that bad about it. To change the day, to get rid of a Columbus statue, to badmouth Italian Americans like they did that night. And yourself included, Sam, a bit weird if you ask me. You're like the Woody Allen of Italian Americans in this town. But it's really disgusting that you guys won't even say Merry Christmas, but you guys get paid for that. I want to see you people unpaid in your office on Christmas morning and Christmas Eve if Christmas is so bad. Every other holiday is mentioned but that, and you guys get paid for it. You should be ashamed of yourself. That includes San Jose Police Department. They won't even say Merry Christmas. They'll take Jesus out of the manger back in the 90s, right? They'll do that. That's what you guys are. That's what this police department's capable of, taking Jesus out of the manger. You got to be kidding me, man. You wonder why this city's in a shambles, because you focus on trying to cart people up to the mountains, take Jesus out of the manger, take Columbus out of the city hall, and change every holiday
Bill Soder.
Hi, this is Bill Souders, and I was actually attending to listen to item 2.9, and I apologize, but I'm unclear exactly where that ended up. This is being approved on consent, or is it being delayed for 2 weeks? Thank you.
Bill, it's being deferred for 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
6910.
I was really happy to see Indigenous Peoples Day. I think that it's awesome. And I just wanted to clarify, I'm confused on when people get cut off or when people who are drunk in public and arrested get to ramble on for a full 2 minutes. Thanks.
Back to the mayor.
Thank you. All right. We have a consent calendar. Are there any other comments? Let's vote. That's unanimous with one absence. Okay, we are now on to the report of the city manager, which is item 3.1. Jennifer?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have an update on our pavement maintenance program. I want everybody to know it's been another very productive year for the Department of Transportation's pavement maintenance program as staff worked toward a goal of maintaining or renewing approximately 2,000 miles of street by 2028. The Major Streets program, which keeps the streets that carry most of San Jose's traffic in good repair, maintained approximately 50 miles of streets in 2021. The Local and Neighborhood Streets program, which was relaunched thanks to voter-supported measures like VTA's 2016 Measure B, 2018's California State Senate Bill 1, and San Jose's own 2018 Measure T, has maintained a further 100 miles of streets this calendar year, with 40 remaining. The team will keep going until they finish the work or the weather gets cold enough to prevent the asphalt from curing properly. Alongside all that asphalt, we built or retrofitted a staggering number of ADA-compliant curb ramps, 2,440 in 2021 alone. This program does more than refresh the road surface. It gives us the opportunity to resize lanes, add or improve pedestrian crossings and bike lanes, and make travel easier and safer for people using wheelchairs or other mobility devices. And of course, it reduces wear and tear on our cars, commercial vehicles, and buses. Thanks to the pavement maintenance team for the impressive work to significantly scale this program back up over the last 4 years and improve the quality of life for all our residents, businesses, and visitors. This team includes, and bear with me, I've got several people to name: Aaron Becker, Abdul Yassini, Annie Ye, Ben Tran, Carl Moe, Shan Do, Crystal Perez, Derek Yee, Frank Versardi, Irene Ding, Jason Duran, Jesse Alvarez, Jose Avalos, Jose Ortiz, Kylie Vieira, Kenneth Duong, Kawasi Uwasi Sakara, Matthew Sablon, Michael Garcia, Nathan Herrera, Octavio Duran, Richard Look, Tao Anun Pham, Thomas Morales, Vincent Ravino, and the dozens of maintenance workers, equipment operators, concrete finishers, and construction inspectors who help pull off this monumental program and keep our streets and sidewalks maintained throughout the year. Thank you very much. These are important members of our essential workforce under the direction of John Risto, and I thank them. That's all.
Thank you, Jennifer. I concur wholeheartedly. I want to particularly thank them for paving North 15th Street. My wife is very happy. All right. Any questions? Not, we'll move forward to item 3.3, which is the city manager's annual report, not to be confused with the report you just heard. This is one's all about numbers. Jim and team, welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Jim Shannon. I'm the city's budget director, and I'm joined here by Assistant Director Bonnie Duong, Deputy Director Claudia Chang, and Financial Status Coordinator Selena Ubando. Together, we're going to provide a brief overview of the city's 2021 annual report, which complies with the city charter and is the city manager's vehicle for summarizing and analyzing the city's budget performance of the preceding year. We provide a technical comparison of budget to actual revenues and expenditures in each budgeted fund for the last year, and as appropriate, explanations concerning material differences between those amounts. It also provides the City Council with a comparison of estimated to actual ending fund balances for all funds, as well as a summary of the 2020-2021 reserves by fund. Based on this analysis of prior year performance, updated information for the current fiscal year, and past direction from the City Council, the annual report recommends a number of 21-22 budget adjustments for your consideration today. And we're going to ping pong a little bit as we go through the presentation. Revenues, generally performed as expected, although we definitely had a few surprises along the way. We had budgeted performance across the city's 130 different funds. Most balances ended at or above estimated levels due to our good budgeting and sound budgeting decisions by the City Council, as well as the result of active budget monitoring by the administration. We did, though, experience some strong year-end performance in the general fund revenue categories, which we'll get into a little bit, that occurred at year-end. Overall, expenditures ended the year within or below budgeted levels. And looking at our fund balance in the general fund, it was about 2.7% compared to the modified budget. And then we'll also briefly cover some adjustments recommended in the annual report to close out the last fiscal year, adjust 21-22 revenues and expenditures based on the most current information or correct technical problems in the budget, allocate fund balance in accordance with City Council Policy 1-18, and recognize a few urgent needs and some other special and capital funds. So just a couple of headline economic performance measures that folks are pretty familiar with, but you can see that the long period of economic expansion and employment growth that we had came obviously to an abrupt end with the onset of the pandemic. And we have recovered a bit since then, but you can see there's still a bit of a ways to go. So that graph is employment levels. If we look just at sort of the unemployment rate, in February of 2020, we had a 2.6% unemployment rate. It sort of bottomed out at 12.4% in April of 2020, and at the end of June, we were sitting at a 5.2% unemployment rate. Looking at the real estate conditions, this was a question mark for us when we went into the pandemic, but of course folks know that the real estate market has remained really strong. Prices never really dipped here, as you can see for the single family and multifamily data here. Prices were always strong. We did have a fall off in property transfers, but those have roared quite back over the past year. And so the median price, year-over-year median price jumped up 24%. For a single-family home from 1.2 million to 1.48 million, and our transfers grew, our sales grew 41% from prior year levels. Selena.
The largest sources of revenue in the general fund include the property tax, sales tax, utility taxes, and business tax. Combined, these categories make up over 60% of all general fund sources, with the two largest being the property tax and sales tax. As can be seen in this chart, in 2021, property tax and sales tax revenue experienced pretty substantial growth, which has been for the past 5 years, while utility taxes and business tax revenue were fairly stable. The general fund receives revenue from various taxes, grants, and other sources. I wanted to walk through several of these categories and discuss their individual performance in 2021 compared to 1920. Property tax is the largest source of revenue in the general fund. The largest component of this category is secured property tax, which includes the general secured property tax, ERAF, and SARA residual. Due to the strong real estate market that Jim recently discussed, plus higher ERAF funds, including a $10 million disbursement from the county at the end of the year, property tax receipts experienced growth of 6% from 1920 levels. It is important to note that the 2021 general secured property tax, which makes up 80% of the category, was based on real estate activity through January 1st, 2020. So while residential real estate has remained strong, there is still some uncertainty over the medium term as the performance of commercial property valuations. The administration will continue to monitor this in the upcoming months. Sales tax revenue is the second largest source of funds in the general fund. When including proceeds received as part of the revenue capture agreement, sales tax revenue grew 9% from the prior year. However, as the revenue capture agreement was implemented in October 2019, 1920 receipts only captured 3/4 of the agreement's proceeds, while 2021 had the full year. It is important to point out that if we ignore the revenue capture agreement, sales tax revenue grew by only 5% in 2021, and it's still 1% below the 18-19 pre-pandemic levels. General sales tax, which is also known as Bradley Burns, makes up 90% of the sales tax category. Revenue included in general sales tax is comprised of general retail, food products, transportation, construction, business to business, and the county pool. General sales tax revenue has generally been rebounding from the impacts experienced from the pandemic. However, all of these categories are still below pre-pandemic levels, with the exception of construction and the county pool. While construction is up slightly, the county pool, which captures online sales revenue, has grown approximately 15% since pre-pandemic levels. This growth is primarily due to the South Dakota versus Wayfair Supreme Court decision that allowed states to require online retailers to collect sales tax, even when there's not a local presence. In addition, as a result of the pandemic, consumer spending has significantly shifted from brick-and-mortar stores to online spending. Utility taxes, which is comprised of electric, gas, water, and utility taxes, experienced year-over-year growth of almost 8%. This growth is primarily due to higher consumption as well as rate increases. In 2021, business tax revenue was slightly below prior year levels. It is mainly due to general business tax being lower and cardroom tax revenue being lower, which were both impacted by the pandemic. Partially offsetting these drops was growth in the cannabis business tax. Fees, rates, and charges, when excluding the development fee program, dropped by 67% in 2021. This significant decrease is primarily due to PRNS fee activity, which was impacted by the pandemic. Real property transfer tax, or Measure E, was a new tax collected beginning in July 2020. This tax is imposed at a tier level for all property sales over $2 million. In accordance with City Council Policy 1-18, all of this revenue is allocated for homelessness prevention efforts and the development of new affordable housing. Finally, fines, forfeitures, and penalties, which includes parking fine revenue, and the transient occupancy tax, both have been significantly impacted by the pandemic and ended 2021 below 1920 levels.
And to speak just a little bit about the impact of our year-end performance on 21-22 estimates, we'll have a lot of work to do still, but just wanted to note a few things. You know, fourth quarter performance was really strong. It's our second highest quarter we've ever had if you exclude the revenue capture agreement. Our actuals exceeds our 21-22 budgeted estimate. The property tax, we had some concerns over the course of the year about the state changes to the calculation of ERAF. It turned out to be not as impactful as we once feared, which is certainly good news. So those are real important points that we'll need to consider. But overall, we're going to need to continue to monitor the economy to assess how much of this is some of a one-time surge versus underlying growth, especially for things like the sales tax categories. We had a pretty unprecedented level of federal stimulus, which did a lot of good work for us. That stimulus does run out, and so we'll probably see some tailing effects of that over the course of the year. We'll have to keep that in mind as we kind of come forward and keep monitoring this stuff, and we'll be back in front of you again as part of the mid-year budget review for that. So what that does mean, though, is that we had a pretty big ending fund balance in the general fund. We worked pretty hard to give you a pretty small number of variants of the general fund, but it is unequivocally good news, though, that we have a larger figure here today. So we ended up about $48 million above the estimate we used to develop the 21-22 budget. Again, generated in significant part by additional revenue, as well as expenditure savings in several different categories. When we do some technical considerations for how we need to treat some of the commercial paper proceeds that was used to finance the fire training facility and the emergency operations center, it kind of kicks that up to $61 million because we didn't need that $23 million of commercial paper cash. We needed it to obligate the contract, but we didn't need the actual cash in our pocket. So we're going to bring that cash in the current fiscal year 21-22. So that effectively gets us to a fund balance of 61.6 that we're recommending to allocate as part of the annual report. Bonnie.
Thanks, Jim. As Jim mentioned, the general fund ended 2020-2021 with additional fund balance of $48 million. And then after accounting for the rebudget of commercial paper proceeds for the Fire Training Center EOC of $23.4 million and other rebudgets and cleanup actions, the total fund balance totals $61.6 million. The recommended use of this fund balance is as follows: $19 million for required technical rebalancing actions. These actions align with already approved revenue estimates and expenditure adjustments with the most current tracking information, reallocates funding for ongoing appropriations based on updated needs, correct technical programs in 21-22 adopted budget, or comply with actions previously authorized by the City Council. Then we have $190,000 for grants, reimbursements, and fee activities, and $1.15 million for 2 urgent fiscal program needs. After these recommended adjustments, the total fund balance remains $41.2 million, and it's recommended that this remaining fund balance is just distributed per City Council Policy 1-18 for the 22-23 future deficit reserve of $28.3 million and $12.9 million to the budget stabilization reserve. Just to note some of the required technical rebalancing actions that are included in the annual report. $10 million is set aside in a reserve in an event that expenses incurred by the city in response to the COVID-19 pandemic is not reimbursable by FEMA. It's important to note that this is just a planning estimate. The administration expects to learn more about cost reimbursement later this fiscal year. Also, as directed by City Council, $2.5 million is set aside in a reserve in the Barry S. Flea Market Vendor Business Transition Fund Reserve to match the $5 million commitment from the developer. And then, as approved by the City Council Mayor's June budget message, $1.4 million funds the Pest and Turf Management Team through June 30th, 2023 to maintain turf conditions through the removal of pests from parks and fields in a safe, humane, and environmentally friendly manner. Reallocates $1 million from the Measure E Low Income Reserve to support the completion of the Quetzal Garden Affordable Housing Project. And also, as directed in the Mayor's June budget message, repurposing year-end savings establishes a $500,000 allocation for San Jose Best accountability and oversight. Other notable required technical rebalancing actions include $350,000 to the police department to fund temporary positions to address the increasing workload associated with recent amendments to the California Public Records Act and just to the sheer volume of records requests. Also, as directed by the Mayor's June budget message, establish a budget of $250,000 to support costs associated with the 4th of July pyrotechnic event at Discovery Meadow for July 2022. Then we have recommended adjustments to source and uses for grants, reimbursements, and fees with a total net expense of $190,000. The annual report does recommend funding for 2 urgent fiscal program needs, which are brought forward now rather than later in the proposed budget process because the administration has deemed that the need should not wait until later in the year. The first need is $750,000 for city facilities security improvements to allow the city to enhance security features and protocols in various facilities. Enhancements may include staffing and installation of additional metal detectors at various entrances to city facilities, increased security patrols through a combination of sworn police officers and civilian public works security officers, and installation of physical improvements such as security cameras and railings. The The second urgent fiscal program need is $400,000 to support the development of a citywide customer service vision and standards project, a strong focus of our new city manager, which will develop a set of standards that will serve as cornerstones of a multi-year transformation of the person-to-person customer service experience in the city of San Jose.
So after we have those allocations, we look at City Council Policy 1-818, which kind of goes over how we allocate year-end fund balance in the general fund. And so after we make the technical corrections to make sure that we're appropriately funding things that the council's already told us to do, and we've addressed a couple of the most urgent program fiscal needs that Bonnie just went over, we have the remaining balance. And so the policy asks us to first look at if there's any remaining amount for our future deficit reserve that has not yet been set aside. That gets the first call of the remaining fund balance resources. After that is full up, then we look again to other reserves, including the budget stabilization reserve, the contingency reserve, or any other urgent fiscal program needs. And so what we're recommending to do here is allocate the amount of ongoing shortfall that was projected in the 21-22 budget that was resolved with one-time funds. So the $28.3 million, you might recognize that because we had been talking about that as part of our American Rescue Plan. So we're recommending to fully fund that in the general fund, which I'll talk about in a second, relieves the burden on the American Rescue Plan fund. I don't know that that number is going to stay the exact same, but that's the number that we have now before we do our revision to what our forecast is going to be as part of our February release in 2023. So we have that there. And then we're recommending $12.9 million there for the budget stabilization reserve, which takes that up from to $46.5 million, up from $33.6 million. And what that does is it provides our some relief in case anything comes up during the middle of the year that we can't adjust for, but also provides an important buffer for when things could potentially go bad again. It provides us a buffer as we transition into deficit reduction mode. It's important to note that City Council Policy 1-18 has a goal for us for 10% for our general purpose reserves. This gets us up to about 7.6%, and we had been about 6.5%, so we're inching our way there, but we still have a ways to go for what our policy tells us. And before we get into the rest of the, just a note on some of the special and capital funds, the American Rescue Plan Fund, we're not recommending really any policy changes here. I know we're going to come to council at our November 2nd meeting to really talk about this, but there are some implications in the annual report for that discussion. So highlighted on this slide here is, in the green sort of bracket, is what we did for the adopted budget. Is we said, we wanted to kind of, keep an eye on that $28.3 million to potentially address our next year's shortfall. By the actions that we do here today, we've sort of put that responsibility back on the general fund. We were also able to reallocate $3.6 million of remaining coronavirus fund balance that needs to be spent by the end of the fiscal year. And we are, so then that frees up a little bit of capacity in the American Rescue Plan Fund. And then we got a small grant there for San Jose Abierto, which then relieves the American Rescue Plan of that little bit. So that $50.1 million that we sort of had available as part of the adopted budget effectively goes up to $82.5 million for our discussion next month. Claudia.
Moving on to the performance of selected special and capital funds. Airport. The airport served 4.2 million passengers in 2021, which was an overall decrease of 63% from 1920 levels of 11.3 million passengers. Passenger levels showed a slow but steady improvement from January through June of 2021, and airport estimates 7.5 million passengers for this year. Operating revenues fell below budgeted estimates by $6.2 million, and operating expenditures ended the year $6.7 million below the budget, the result of proactive airport management to establish expenditure saving targets to offset reduced revenues from the pandemic's impact. Building and structure construction tax and construction excise tax. The building and structure construction tax and the construction excise tax are major sources of funding for the traffic capital program. At $24.2 million, building and structure construction tax receipts in 2021, which is the light blue line, were above the budgeted estimate of $22 million, but that's 27% lower than the 1920 collections of $33 million. Construction excise tax receipts, the yellow bar, for 2021 totaled $20.1 million, which was $3.1 million above the budget estimate of $17 million and in line with the 1920 collections. Construction and conveyance tax, which is the gray bar. CNC tax revenues are a significant source of funds for the Parks and Community Facilities Development, Library, Fire, Service Yards, and Communications capital programs. CNC receipts for 2021 totaled $53.1 million. The actual tax receipts in 2021, a record high, is close to 30% above the actual tax receipts received last year, which was closer to $41 million. And this was primarily due to robust activities in the local real estate market, which is the primary driver of this revenue source. In the special and capital funds, there are also a series of recommended actions in the annual report as noted on this slide and detailed in section 4 of the report. The actions fall into two buckets. Cleanup actions. This includes fund balance reconciliations, which are adjustments to the 21-22 beginning fund balance amounts in various funds based on the final reconciliation of 2021. It also includes rebudget adjustments, and these actions rebudget funds to complete prior year projects. Downward adjustments to previous rebudget actions are included if actual year-end expenditures or revenues were higher than anticipated, while upward adjustments are included if actual year-end revenues or expenditures were lower than anticipated. This section also includes technical adjustments, which include net zero transfers between appropriations, funds, and revenue categories. It could be the redistribution of funding allocations or other various adjustments required as a result of year-end reconciliations. Recommended adjustments. The recommended adjustments include grants and reimbursements, updated cost and revenue estimates based on the latest information or revised project timing, and funding for priority projects and programs. Jim?
Great. And that about wraps it up for us. As I said earlier, we're going to look forward to the mid-year budget review that'll be released at the end of January to look at how we're doing for the current fiscal year, and that'll also inform our February forecast, which will be released in February 2023, informing our anticipated projections for the 22-23 fiscal year. I want to also acknowledge Bryce Ball and Chris Yee, our operating and capital budget coordinators, who do a ton of heavy lifting for this book. Really want to appreciate their service. This book is the hardest thing actually the budget office does all year long is actually this document here. So I really want to thank the team you see on the screen there, as also all of the budget office staff who worked really hard to put this together. So thank you very much. And with that, I think the budget office and the departments are ready to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Selena, Claudia, Bonnie, and Jim, and the entire budget team. If there was ever a difficult year to try to figure it out, this was that very difficult year. And it's a pleasant surprise to have good news. I went through 8 years of really bad news on the city council, so it's nice to have some good news even when we don't expect it here. I really also want to commend you in particular for pushing us closer toward our goal for a budget stabilization reserve and aggregate general fund reserves of 10%. I think this is as high as we've been, at least as long as I've been around. I'm sure we were higher sometime before, but we know tough times are going to be coming, and we're going to be more ready for them than before, and that's really important. I know we have many members of the community who'd like to speak, so we'll go to Tony.
Tessa Woodmansee.
Thank you very much. Tessa Woodmansee. I did want to thank Michael Salvini, or I think whatever his name is, 1464, because he did make an important comment, which was about that we should all give our lands back to the Alonis. And we have to remember that we have stolen those lands, and that's where we've made so much of our economic gain. And what we need to start doing is putting it back, putting our energy back into reclaiming Mother Earth and using Mother Earth to grow our food and take care of ourselves like we have before. Anyway, but in regards to this issue, what Jennifer, our city manager, was saying about our roads budget, she was talking about that, the repairing of our roads. I'm having a lot of problems with that. When I bring up that there's a problem in our neighborhood in terms of safety of my husband riding his bicycle, and I'm told that we'll fix it when we repave the road, or we knew there was a problem there, Tessa. We knew that, but nothing happens. And when we talk about Vision Zero, This is why, because we're not doing it. Yet a pothole, it's two hours for a pothole to be repaired under 311. Oh, give us 2 hours or something like that, or 2 days. But I can't even get a section of road that has no bike lane that's so dangerous that even my husband is complaining about it, and I can't have that fixed. So that's a real big problem. And then, we need to fix there's a problem and it's urgent, we need to fix it. And take all that Measure T or whatever the money is from. And then the other issue about our money is when we have I guess 45 million or whatever, yes, and I want you to buy the land in my neighborhood, the 615, when we, Stockton Avenue, to create that into a garden again, make the garden Alameda a garden again. So that's one way that we could do that. We need to buy that land, and I could even expand it that it could be homeless housing and a school to learn how to live without fossil fuels. And
Brian?
Thank you. I have to give the city staff those numbers. We would be in the Stone Age if I was running this organization, because I'm not good at numbers. Anyway, there's a compliment in there somewhere that I appreciate the hard work you do. I have to agree about the 311. If that's the backbone of how we're supposed to reach the city to do interactions on these annual, to get a pothole fixer, that extra money that you are spending on maybe increasing the customer experience, I've stopped using the app, and I was a big believer in it. And I was at a couple of council meetings when we talked about the app, and I offered a lot of comments. I actually tried it out with some of my students and wrote a long, it wasn't perfect, but I never heard anything back. I sent it in District 1, I sent it to the 311 app people, and I sent it through District 6. And I never got anything back as far as any kind of information. If you want us to be engaged, it does go both ways. And I understand you're busy. So am I. I do between 90 and 110 hours a week. 30 that's paid. The rest of it, it's all advocacy stuff for people, and it's not paid. And I say that just to say that I can relate. And so it's important that we have that ability to reach out. If the mayor, who I believe is a very honest person, can't use the city email and has to use his private email, and you know what I'm trying to say. There's something wrong when that has to happen to get city business done. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Caller 5140.
Yeah, it's too bad you guys are waiting on the potheads to fill up that general fund. I mean, what do you think? You're gonna a bunch of marijuana smokers? This is what's gonna save the budget, please. They've been growing marijuana for over 100 years in Santa Cruz Mountains. You're not gonna beat Joe the pot man. You people got greedy and made it so there's an oligarchy of pot dealers. You cranked up the taxes on it, thinking you were gonna cut a fat hog, and now you lost. I think it's hilarious. Anyone who's waiting on a pothead, I want you to, okay? That's the Italian way of saying, go ahead and do it and make a mistake, because I want to watch you screw it up. Now, this 311 app, it's on an app. It's a crap, okay? What are you supposed to do when there's an unfinished manhole cover on Hillsdale? Hey, Pam Foley, are you listening? Unfinished manhole cover on Hillsdale. I can't stop and bust out my phone and take a picture of this unfinished manhole cover that my tire seems to hit every time, which makes me wonder why my car's out of alignment. Yeah, I'll send you guys a bill. Anyway, you're not going to be able to use that app. It's not very good. It gives you the wrong coordinates. Actually, calling 311 during business hours is one of the few, if any, good things I have to say about this terrible city. The people typically take the information. They're polite. They're friendly, they're personable, and sometimes it gets done about 80% of the time. You got to call again. There's the other 20% equals 100. Thank you very much. Okay, so that's what you need to do. Have 311 people. The app, it's not cutting it. You people just want an app for everything, so we can pay through the app because for some reason you think that's better. So if you want,
I want everyone also to know that all of your utilities, including your cell phone, has extra charges. So the police and fire people.
Roland?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you. So what I would like to do is to focus on slide number 6 and specifically to an equity lens. So let's start with property taxes. They went up 6%. That's we the people. Moving on, sales taxes went up 9%. That's because of the internet sales. That's we the people. Moving on to utility taxes, up another 7.5%. It's we the people, because we are sheltering in place, we're in houses, we need more electricity, we need more gas. Let's now move on to business tax, down to 1%. Fee rates and charges, down 60% for crying out loud, excluding development fee program, just like item 8.1 later on the agenda. Why? Right now, in downtown, we are about to spend $4 billion of local sales taxes, paid for by us, the people who are trying to live in San Jose. When are these developers who are making hundreds of millions out of property entitlement, who are actually divesting these properties before the first shovel is even laid, going to start contributing anything to downtown instead of gouging the people who are trying to live here? So that's my 2 cents for now, and I'll be back again on the item 8.1 later. And I got news for you. We have got a bar entrance actually in the back of that building. Thank you.
The last hand I have up is Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks a lot for this item. To first speak on pavement issues, good luck how to be considering open public policy ideas for the technology involved in the future of these pavement street projects. To speak to overall general fund issues, congratulations. We're having good money management skills at this time. This era of COVID it's been a boon basically for, the accounting industry, for business. Good luck. Thank you that you have developed and gone along with good practices and good skills. Let's hope that can trickle down to everyday public about this matter. That offers the ideas of subsidy and the importance of subsidy. I hope it's easier and easier to talk about that issue with the community, and for the community to feel safe to talk about it as well, because it's an important part of our structuring at this time. And with a minute left, I wanted to talk about, boy, it's a big one. It's Blair with my big subject matter. How are we going to be considering how to talk openly about planning for the next few years? I've been talking about the idea of an earthquake by, say, 2023. I don't know how accurate that is. I think my words can give yourselves direction if it's accurate or not. I hope I can learn to be talked about this issue, to get some clarity about it, because I think for yourselves, for all of us, if we start talking more openly about this now, we can plan better now, and we don't have to be so confused in our planning. And if we go this way, or no, we can't do that. Yeah, we can do this. If we have a more clear idea that we can plan now for projects, and no, we got to wait after 2023. If we start saying these things to each other more, I think it can help give direction for better practices. Thank you.
Back to the mayor.
Thank you, Tony. All right, to the council, Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a couple of questions. First, thank you for everything. I think it's, as the mayor said, it's nice to have good news as opposed to bad news, and it's been a wild ride the past couple of years. And I had a question, I'm not sure for who, on the money for the Berryessa Flea Market Vendor Business Transition Fund Reserve. So we're taking money out of the general fund because it's not allowed under ARPA. Can somebody address
the restrictions around ARPA? And then the follow-up question is, could we still then pursue other federal grant opportunities for this purpose?
Have the referral to look at trying to provide some matching funds for what the transition fund. When we looked at the intended use of that funding, which was essentially to help transition vendors for a development project, we thought that would be a really tenuous connection to make to the impact from the COVID-19 pandemic, which is the overriding sort of umbrella uses of the American Rescue Plan Fund. And so we thought to be a safer approach here would be to use, since we did have a little bit of general fund resources, to be able to make that match in the general fund as opposed to putting it at risk if we did it in the American Rescue Plan Fund. But no, nothing prohibits us from exploring other grant avenues or other avenues to provide an alternative source of funding than what we have allocated currently.
Okay, thank you. And then last, I wanted to publicly thank the Water District, or Valley Water, sorry, the new name, Valley Water, for matching the city for the Coyote Creek Patrol. So many thanks to all the people that worked on this on the city end and all of you and your staff. And thank you to Valley Water for this. With that, I'll move approval.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and second. Councilmember Mahan.
Thanks, Mayor, and Jim and your team. Just want to thank you all for guiding us through this complicated year and putting us in what I think is a really positive position. I'm looking forward to coming back in a couple of weeks to talk about the use of ARP funds. I was really interested in the customer service vision and standards and was hoping, I love that idea. I can also imagine it was written here that we would engage a consultant to conduct a discovery of the current customer service experience, which is something I care a lot about. We also have a very complicated set of services we provide as a city. Could you just tell us a little bit more about your vision for that and what we should expect might come out of that $400,000 expenditure?
Yeah, I've got Dolan Beckel, who's running this project for me. But as part of our feedback on the starting to vision it and understand the current condition of our customer service experience, we'll be, I would imagine that this consultant who we know there's consultants all around that do customer service. They work in the private sector all the time. We want to get best practices and then be able to first understand what our situation is, figure out what do we want in San Jose, what are best practices, and then perhaps with this money do some pilots, but we'll see how far the money takes us and we might need to come back for some more. But as far as understanding what the customer service experience, we're going to need to understand it at all levels, including, as Dolan said, and you can elaborate more, Dolan, like having each consultant actually interview each of you, each of the mayor and city council, to understand what, and maybe you bring in some of your constituents, what has been a great experience and what's been not so great experience. So we need to understand that at each one of your levels and also go directly out to our community and our businesses and understand in all aspects of the different services that we have. So I'll let Dolan explain a little bit more about that. But I think we need to start there so we can start figuring out how good are we and where do we need to improve. And that's where we would want to start. Thank you, Dolan. I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Dolan Beckel, Interim Deputy City Manager. Jennifer, City Manager Jennifer McGuire, did a pretty good job of explaining it. I think what I would add is our focus is really starting with the one-on-one interactions. We understand that there's process and technology and organization behind that, but just the one-on-one person-to-person interactions are seemingly the large volume of emails that we all get on a daily basis, just setting expectations and not following up. And that's both a process and a technology perspective. So we're going to start with interviewing all of you and some of your constituents to get that feedback. We kind of want to develop a general, vision and what those key principles are, and then develop a roadmap. And so the nice thing about consulting is at any point in time we can stop and say we got what we need and we can move forward and begin to pilot some of those opportunities. So that's the basic approach. We'll be doing a competitive procurement and then getting moving with that.
Great. I think it's a great idea. And I'm curious, do we have any existing customer feedback that might help us identify where some of our biggest pain points are today?
Well, in addition to the open forum, the public comments we just got, yes, we have both feedback we can gather from some of our existing systems. We have some previous interviews that we've done in the Wayback Machine, and I think we obviously want to refresh those.
Yeah. I only ask because I understand the kind of size, scope, and complexity of what we do as a city, and I do think it's important that we get down to some meaningful pilots where we can prove an impact and close the loop with the public and show them that this work is actually optimizing how we deliver services. But I think it's a great idea, and I was excited to see that in there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for being good stewards of our funds. But Dolan, don't go away, because I really was intrigued. While we're in a good or better financial position, that's wonderful news. But we hear daily, or I hear daily, and I'm sure my fellow council members do, about concerns over customer service, a lack of response. So I'm really happy to see the study that we're going to do, but more importantly, who will we be reaching out to besides the council offices? Do you have a list of stakeholders, developers, residents, neighbors, people who use the abandoned vehicles call-in, DOT? Do you have a checklist of all the people, which could be a daunting task, to make sure we're reaching and including our staff, getting their input on what we can do, what we're doing right, what we're maybe not doing right. So this is a big task. What's your list of the organizations or people you want to be involved in interviewing, and then what's your timeline? Yeah,
so having been a consultant once myself, the way we'll start this off is actually asking you who we should prioritize.
Okay.
So we did not identify yet the scope of all those. That's one of the first tasks, would be to identify what do we think the prioritized list of businesses, individuals, city leaders, others that we want to talk to would be, and getting that time box, because I think, as we all know, this could be a major transformation, could take multiple years, but we want to take it off in small bites. So we'll be time boxing this, but we'll be working with you to prioritize the list of people we would interview. I think we'd also interview our directors that are providing, and the staff that are in the customer service lines providing service as well.
Right, I think that's really critical. And your timeline?
We size this about 3 to 4 months to get started, and then see what those opportunities are and what those things we can pilot, and then we can see how much momentum we gain out of that to continue, or if that's enough. So
3 to 5 months to...
Let me be more clear.
Please,
the consulting engagement,
yes,
we estimated from the time we started till the time we had recommendations and some initial recommendations for pilots would be 3 to 4 months.
Okay, that was going to be my follow-up question. So 3 or 4 months you're studying, and then what? Okay, that helps me. Thank you very much. I really look forward to the results of your study and for sitting down with you and your team on what we believe good customer service is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? I just had a quick question. If anyone from PRNS, I think John's here. He is here. John, just had a quick question about the pest and turf management team. I understand we're boosting that on a one-time basis, and I'm just trying to understand what it might mean in terms of what our residents see in actual impact. I understand there's, obviously we're juggling that with the drought, and given the one-time nature of this money, I know we're carrying it over to next fiscal year, if I'm not mistaken. It probably doesn't give us enough duration to actually hire. Is it just for overtime? How do you think this will be?
I'm sorry, Mayor, I missed the first part of the question. You asked about IPM and turf?
Yes. Yeah, the parks turf restoration work that we'd be doing, which I know many of our residents will be thrilled to see in their parks. I'm just trying to understand if this is really one-time money, how are we able to use it well?
Yeah, great question. And I know several council members are interested in this as well. This is one of the silver linings of having a hiring problem and a large vacancy rate, is that you have some savings. We did talk with the budget office and determined we're really not going to start this till mid-2022 because we're doing a lot of hiring now. We don't want to take from what we have to create this team because it just makes park maintenance that much worse across the spectrum. But over the next 6 months or so, we expect to be able to fill those ranks from a variety of means. We've talked about Resilience Corps being a pathway, but we'll be in a much better position to then create a special team, and then it'll go for a year and a half from that point. So end of 2023. In a perfect world, Mayor, by then we'll have gotten a ballot measure across and park maintenance will be fully funded. But in the meantime, this gets us to the end of 2023.
Okay.
But it won't start till the middle of 2022.
I know we've had some conversations about the creation of a trainee program because you've got a real challenge in hiring. I recognize that, and it's throughout the city. And particularly now that we're so deeply engaged with the Conservation Corps and Resilience Corps and other ways in which we have young people who may be great candidates for city employment. Is there an opportunity to use any of this one-time money to try to create a training pathway?
Yeah, that's a good question. We hadn't looked at it from that perspective. We just looked at it as the model we had been using up until we stopped in the middle of this year. But there's always training involved. The question is, would there be enough money and capacity to create that program that we've talked about? I can't answer that question standing right here, but we're happy to explore it or look for ways to create that module alongside it.
Okay, I'd love to talk to you offline about what you think it would take to actually create a meaningful program that would substantially boost our maintenance crews out there, because we know it's challenging with all those vacancies.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, other questions? All right, thank you, John. There is a motion, I believe, from Councilmember Esparza. All right, okay, let's vote. All right, that passes with one absence. Okay, we are on to item 3.4, which is an extension of proclamation of local emergency related to COVID. We do have a presentation. Welcome, Ray and team.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. There is no presentation. We're just requesting the extension of the emergency as documented.
Well, we're happy to see you anyway, Ray. Thanks for coming. Any questions from the public, Tony?
Blair Beekman. I have 4 hands up. Blair Beekman, followed by A. Kamara.
Thank you, Blair Beekman. It is my understanding the Southwest Airlines pilot walked out last week with their union to be allowed a better negotiation, was asking for their union for a better negotiation process and to better consider the concepts of choices with a vaccine mandate process. I hope in Santa Clara County we can learn to better address the concepts of education and choices this fall. I feel them to continue more clear explanations of the vaccine process, including any possible connections with internet technology. This would be of help with overall better choices, ideas of trust, and community health and safety questions this fall and for our future. As it is being reported, about 3 to 5 people a day may be dying of COVID-19 in Santa Clara County. This is a lot. With more clear understandings, I think people may still be interested in current and possible upcoming vaccines. In helping develop important community health and safety questions this fall, I feel the good guidelines and open public policy practices with surveillance and technology and data collection can very frame, and we can better ask more open, honest questions about the science of current COVID-19 vaccines. This can also then work to help better define our local technology and data collection policies and practices as well. An important point of this letter is to ask local Santa Clara County governments to be giving and forgiving, and to be considering creative good options of community health and safety for local government staff and everyday community who may feel uncomfortable with the current vaccine mandate and vaccine passports. Community health and safety will always be an important consideration. A reminder, COVID-19 cases are on the rise in both UK and Russia at this time. Continued simple mask use may be able to help much with addressing and limiting the spread of COVID-19 this fall and winter, and especially at holiday time here in California. Thank you for your time and patience to hear me on this item. Thanks.
A. Kamara.
Good afternoon, Council. Good afternoon, Mayor. My name is Alan Kamara. I am the president of the Registered Nurses Professional Association in the County of Santa Clara. This is my first time to speak to you all, but I couldn't help but to respond to an article that was published by one of your council members in the San José Mercury News. The question we have for you all is, I'm not sure if you all are aware of the work that we do as nurses in the county. I understand there's an objection to the COVID heroes pay to all our frontline workers by one of the council members. On behalf of all the 3,500 plus nurses in the county of Santa Clara, we have a problem with that. And we are here today to talk to council member Matt, that we encourage you to get to know what we do. And we don't know why you wrote that article and why you choose to go after the hardworking frontline workers who are the backbone, the safety net of our county. And 2 years ago, when the whole world was shut down, it was the nurses who are at the front line helping to save our community. And we just want to remind you, when you oppose anything, so you take that into consideration, that there are men and women out there who are on the front line, making sure you can have an in-person council like you're having right now. It's because of our members. So please, we ask that you respect our frontline workers. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, I have a total of 6 hands up, but I do have one card that could possibly be for this topic. It's regarding strikes. Ferris, if you want to talk about the COVID proclamation, please come down. Otherwise, I'll call you again at open forum. I'm going to move on. If Ferris comes down, I'm going to go ahead and move on to Fatima on Zoom, followed by Anne Marie.
Hello and thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council members, for giving us the opportunity to bring up our concerns. My name is Fatima. I am a labor and delivery nurse at Santa Clara Valley Medical Center, and I'm part of the RNPA Nurses Union. I like to make a comment about the article written by Council Member Matt Mahan on San Jose Mercury News published last week, claiming that the American Rescue Plan Fund should go to COVID-19 and not bonuses. This money will aid these nurses whose spouses lost their jobs due to the pandemic.
I'm sorry, ma'am, we're pretty far off topic here.
Excuse me?
The topic is the extension of the proclamation of local emergency. That's the item that we're all speaking on.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yeah, the issue is whether to extend the proclamation of local emergency. We're not discussing the county budget.
Oh, no, not discussing it. I'm just saying that as nurses here, we appreciate the county support, and we would like you to continue to support your healthcare workforce. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can't unmute. Hello?
Go ahead.
So we're not discussing Mr. Mahan. I'm sorry, part of the topic is not Mr. Mahan's lack of support for the hazard pay for the county workers? That's a question. Can anybody answer?
The topic we're talking about is whether or not to extend the proclamation of local emergency regarding COVID-19.
Okay, so where do we speak about the plural?
Open forum.
Okay, thank you.
Tessa Woodmansey, followed by Mario.
Tessa Woodmansey, thank you very much. Well, the only comment in regards to that, thank you for sharing that it's only 3,500 workers. We're talking, Matt Mahan is talking about all the other ones that got it, not our essential workers. So I just wanted to clarify that. Okay, I will stay on topic.
Here we go.
Yes, thank you, sweetheart. We need to extend the proclamation. I just learned recently about, would somebody shut off their mics, please? And so basically, recently my girlfriend was telling me that they told kids at maybe Trace Elementary that they had to go quarantine. And the reason why we need to extend the proclamation is because we still are in a COVID crisis. We still are. And it's a worldwide crisis. And when people like Russia and the UK are having it, and when we haven't closed our borders, which we have not. And the real issue is that we haven't changed. Like I say, the real vaccine is against our capitalism and consumerism, and that we need to change our behavior. And the thing so by keeping on declaring a climate emergency, which we do have, not a climate, a health emergency, but we also have a climate emergency. So when we need to keep declaring it, because the issue with the students is they send the students home, and then there's no follow-up. So they're out in the community, they're out in the elevators with everybody. So, we're sending these kids home saying you're 30 kids that, you can't come to the classroom, yet there's no follow-up in the neighborhoods and in the community. So we really need to be active. And then we're seeing our police that aren't wearing masks. Okay, if you don't want to take a vaccine, wear a mask, that helps us. We say that our flu has gone down since we've just been wearing masks and staying 6 feet away. And hopefully staying out of capitalism and consumerism, staying home. Those are the ways we solve it.
Caller 5140. Caller 5140, press *6 to unmute. Okay, I'm going to move back to the mayor.
All right, thank you. On to the council. Councilmember Esparza. Oh, I'm sorry, forgive me. Is there another council member who would like to speak? All right, is there a motion?
Move approval.
All right. I think we have. You want to grab a mic, council member? All right, sorry about that.
Sorry about that. I thought we had six speakers. So I had a question about our partnership with the county. I know this is an extension of the proclamation, but given we're extending it, we're still in crisis. I did have a question about how we are partnering with the county on testing sites and future vaccination sites, particularly for children.
Thank you, Councilmember. We are currently working with the county in identifying a specific site to support the youth vaccination system. And we are in constant communication with them and looking at other sites as well that can support the vaccination.
And so is the EOC going to connect with the council offices? I'll give you an example. I have been working with one of the school districts in my council district, and they've announced actually 3 testing sites for children today. But we haven't had a lot of discussions around potential booster sites and I'm assuming many of the, actually, let me rephrase that. We haven't had a conversation around vaccination sites for children. The county is ramping up more vaccination sites at schools, and I'm assuming that's in preparation for vaccinating children.
Yeah, Council Member Esparza Dolan-Beckel, Interim Deputy City Manager. So I think the bottom line answer to your question is we're going to be communicating soon. The county's perspective on when they will actually get approval to start vaccinating children has moved from late winter to as early as the first week in November. So, so the communication is going to be forthcoming. The county has a pretty good plan in place. They've been meeting with parents and realizing that the schools are only part of the solution because a lot of kids want to be with their parents when they get vaccinated, especially at that age, some kids having spent half their life in this scary COVID environment. So they've identified 90 sites, which I can get to you sooner rather than later, but I was waiting for the county to finalize. They've identified 90 school sites, many of which are in San Jose and East San Jose, for their mobile vaccination clinic. And that'll be a communication that will be going out to everybody, including parents and kids. But they've also actually have many more sites identified for pediatric clinics on evenings and weekends, as well as retail clinics on evenings and weekends, so the parents can be with the kids when they get that vaccination. So I just got the accelerated date Friday from Dr. Dewan, and so we'll be working, Carolina Camarena and our communications team are going to be working with the county because that's the one lift that they'd really like to partner with us on is the communications. And so that information will be coming soon.
Okay, I look forward to getting that because I think this is going to be the next challenge. And in fact, we're going to be helping our families get their children vaccinated at the same time. We're going to want folks to get their third shot as well. And so I think we need to coordinate closely. So I know the county's been working really hard on this. I appreciate their partnership. That's it for me. With that, I'll make a motion to adopt the resolution.
Second. Thank you. Motion and second.
Yeah, we already had a motion.
Oh, did we already do
that? Yeah, we
that?
did.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah.
Good point, we did.
Thank you.
Now
Thank
we
you,
got two of
Councilmember
them.
Davis.
Let's just hope our votes are the same on each. All right, let's vote then. All right, item 3.5 are actions related to the Guadalupe Gardens fencing project and temporary closure of Spring Street and Asbury Streets. There is a presentation. Welcome, Angel and team.
Mr. Mayor, council members, John Aiken, Director of Aviation. I've got a couple slides here just to get us back up to speed on the issues, and then we'll address questions. So the staff had 6 objectives and goals while we were looking at this. Optimize the use of city funding, honoring our commitment to the FAA, protecting the health and safety of the unhoused population, protect the natural environment, prevent future re-encampment of the area, and protect the businesses in the area. We've got a couple options in our memo. The first option talks about fencing. Fencing is the best option for fulfilling the 6 goals, including lowest cost and most likely to deter encampments. The fence can be part of the activation plan for the future. The fence continues to protect the abatement that's already occurred and the $1.5 million investment by Parks and Rec and Housing on the abatement process. And it allows those resources to shift to other needs if we can keep this not being re-encamped. So here's a diagram of the area again, just so we can all look at it. We talked about it in 3 stages last time we were here. Stage 1 is in the process of their abatement. Stage 2 is will be starting shortly, starting Monday. very shortly. And stage 3 will probably wait till after the winter, probably late springtime before we get to stage 3. The second option, this is basically an excerpt from the Guadalupe Gardens master plan. So it's walking trails, low impact, mostly grassy areas. That would be one activation option. The third option activates the property for other uses like community gardens, hiking trails, disc golf, dog park, stuff like that. We've got some basic costs and stuff of the options. The first one, the fence, it's about $1.7 million. It is funded. It's funded by the airport, and we anticipate completion next summer when the end of phase 3 is complete. It has the highest level of effectiveness of not getting re-encamped. Option 2, significantly more money, $15.4 million. It's unfunded. Forecasted time frame would be winter of 23. And then option 3 is even more expensive. It also is not in line with the master plan, so would have a longer clearance process to get through the FAA and CEQA and NEPA if necessary. So it would be forecasted completion out in 26. But again, the fence could be a transition to any of these solutions. And then just for ease, here's the recommendations out of the memo, A, B, and C. And then, of course, D and E didn't fit on the page. They're there. So with that, I know I kind of ran through the recommendations, but they're right there in the memo. So we're ready for questions.
Thanks, John. Okay, let's go to the public. Tony?
Tessa Woodmansee.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This is Tessa Woodmansee. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for listening to us. We appreciate that. And basically, I think it goes back to the issue that, we obviously it's the airport that is paying for this and doing this. And it's all about the expansion of the airport, because when we really look at the problem that we're facing, why it's a problem that people are living there, even though that's our indigenous land by the river, is how our species started, is by the water and by the river. We're saying we can't live there. That's just because of economic gain, that we can't, basically that the city of San Jose will not get any money from the FAA if those people are there. And so this needs to be reevaluated, and so that we can have people there, because most of our real issues are housing, our climate crisis, and our ecological collapse. And so basically, we shouldn't be doing this, of removing the people from the airline, this area, the Guadalupe Gardens. But however, I know that is thinking about going forward, and you all want it because you want that economic growth and the money to expand the airport, which is, if we look at it from our climate lens, that we shouldn't be doing. However, I really did like something, which was that they were thinking about doing community gardens. And I really do like that. And I think if we could turn that whole place into community gardens, that would be a good thing. And we could feel good about that as a people, in terms of our survival. And that's what we have to look at. Sir David King from the UK, scientist, says, we have 4 years to save humanity. That's it. So we're really at the end of what we need to do. And so if we turn that into a garden and turn it back into the Garden of Heart's Delight, that would be a good use. And of course, we need to find housing for the people. And so that's where I'm saying, even all our lots, as we can create eco villages where we have housing and we learn to grow food in all of our.
Roland?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So, as you heard earlier, I think during orders of the day, people really are interested in not having a repeat of what happened with the jungle, whereby everybody got scattered all over San Jose and hundreds of these people ended up right here in my backyard under the Blossom Hill Highway 1 overpass. Now, what I want to talk about is that some of your constituents have expressed an interest in being part of the solution, and that's including right here in my own backyard in District 2. We have three potential sites for RV parking. We've already used South Side. I think Councilman Jimenez can speak to what happened there, how successful it was. We obviously have the VTA light rail, which got 1,200 empty parking spaces, but we've also got the police training facility down here. So in closing, what I'd like to do is to start touching on two possible rules of engagement of how we could possibly bring people into District 2. So first of all, as Council Member Jimenez said, District 2 residents take priority over anybody else. But then I would suggest using the police facility as a kind of a gateway into our area down here. Start doing some screening for drugs, because drugs typically bring about crimes like burglaries, etc. Background checks, criminal history, definitely anything to do with sexual offenses, etc. Not welcome here. I would rather stay at the police facility and take it from there. And then if everything is well, they're more than welcome here. The only thing I ask is that overnight visitors get some kind of permit and go to some kind of screening as well. Thank you.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thank you for this item. I guess, I don't know if thank you is the word, but it's a tough item. I've heard words of Scott Largent before talk about the importance of tow issues and to make sure to have a soft tow truck policy for this area in the next few years. I've offered that idea before. I thought it'd be important to remind again. The idea of fencing, I'm a bit confused exactly how you're working it. You want to do a combination of ways that people won't bring their cars back in, and you want to not totally line the place with fencing, but yet you want to put barriers up in some places to make sure cars don't come in again. Good luck how you do that. I don't think you'll have to worry about people ramming the fencing in the future. I mean, that may happen once or twice. On the whole, it's my guess people with their cars will get the point to not come back there. I guess it will be, I think people who are camping will just be kind of more of a worry, and they'll just, have their supplies and just set up. And to me, that's more of a concern. I think people with cars will not try to demolition their way back into the place as much once you get a pattern started. Just my guess, but thank you if you are considering not to just line the place with fencing, but in how to be thoughtful about it. Good luck how you do that, and good luck to all of us how we can address this issue, and that we can work to find places for people to stay, and really work on that issue and coordinate how to do that better together. And good luck on the Vista Montana issues, how everyone can work on it.
Scott Largent.
Oh, sorry, I just saw the unmute button. Hopefully everybody can hear me. My name's Scott Largent. You guys are very familiar with me, and I kind of hunkered down during the pandemic in the crash zone out there by our airport. I was able to finally find a good area of that field down near the 7-Eleven. I started to get some neighbors that I truly care about, and they were kind of the most vulnerable of that area. We kind of started to build a community. And of course, I know it couldn't last that long there. I fully understand what's going on with the FAA and why we have to clean this up, but we had a good gig. My neighbors, they were able to go to work. The families with children were able to, it was just a good little area where we were at. We got pushed into zone 2, and now we're over in zone 3. You guys can get out there. You can get your boots on the ground, and you can go out there. I wouldn't really go right into the field section there. Just drive down Spring Street and look towards Highway 87. Nobody got put into a safe parking program. Nobody got put into a tiny home. Everybody got their hopes up that something better was going to come along. We're the undesirables of the city of San Jose. We are people that are thrown out like trash. I'm 5 years sober. I have a 6-year-old daughter. I take care of her. She doesn't live with me, but I'm doing all the right things to be in my child's life and remain sober. Yet the only options are to be out in the field. No drug treatment, no housing for people like me. And it's the way with tons of different people out there. You guys have literally created a humanitarian disaster out there. Everybody was pushed from zone 1 into zone 2, and now they're all in zone 3. It's not even organized. It is it's very, very sad. It's just very sad. And what are you guys going to do? Where are they going to go after this? Where are we going to go?
Caller 6910.
I just wanted to make a point about the fence. I just don't want to spend more money. I mean, we've already spent $1.5 million on the sweep. I don't want to spend a ton more money on a fence when we're not putting, here's our first big rain and we don't have a bunch of people, you know, that are going to be in some warm place to keep them out of the rain. We're not spending a ton of money on that. So I'm questioning our priorities. We don't need some fence that's like some government barrier, like we're keeping like, you know, who killed JFK behind it. We just need something that's like, hey, please don't be here. And I think that's how we should look at it. I think we should also remember that Spring Street, when one rain, will be one giant mud pit. So we don't need to be hassling people about a sweep when it's going to be 5 or 6 days of just rain. And think about the humanity of that. We need to be covering areas and giving out tarps so that people can protect their RVs. As battered and broken as they are, it's the only home that people have. We need to cover the holes that they have and help them. We need to be passing out emergency blankets and helping people batten down the hatches, not trying to drag RVs, people's homes out of mud, because that's all it's going to be after tomorrow night is mud. And think about that and maybe postpone things, because we should have some humanity and think things through. You know, it's not always about a timeline and a deadline when you're going to kill people in the process. We're going to surpass last year's death toll by 20, 30, 40 people.
Gail Osmer.
Oh gosh, good afternoon. I just walked in the house and got online. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is not really a, we need to do some more investigating and more work on what is going on and try to help people that are in crisis as they are now. I've been out there the last 2 days, and people are confused, and it's inhumane how people are being treated. And there's folks that need housing, and there's no housing. Where are they putting them? They're not even offering them any kind of short-term motel units. There's a gal and a family out there that she has cancer, and she's still outside. It's inhumane. And closing Spring Street and Ashbury when people are there, where are they going to go? Everybody's going across the street to phase 3, and that's a disaster. It's going to blow up. I mean, I've said this for months now. Putting everybody together in one little area is not humane, and something is going to happen. And that's been told by many folks over there. The folks that have lived there don't want a lot of other folks over there, and they're just cramming in. And putting up a fence isn't a good idea. And having the park rangers, I'm sorry, that's not a good idea. You also just turned off all the water over there. That's kind of inhumane also. I don't know why the water was turned off, but people need water, and the water is turned off. So I don't know. It's a very inhumane system we live in right now when it comes to the unhoused. And with these storms coming in, it's
Rachel Fiesel. Rachel, go ahead. Okay, going back to the mayor.
Thank you, Tony. All right, back to council. Councilmember Prowse.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you for the presentation here. I know this has been a challenge, not only through the pandemic, but now as we have this requirement from the FAA, and we've been trying to work out I think the best plan possible to be conscious of the impacts of clearing the area, and then also trying our best to see how we keep the area cleared. And we obviously have a bit of a disagreement here in regards to how do we do that most effectively, and ensure that we could meet the requirements as well of the FAA. So I just wanted to ask maybe, and John, you can answer. I see in the report here the supplemental in regards to your concern of any other option besides including the fence being, suboptimal, and not necessarily believing that there's anything else we could do that would prevent re-encampment as well as a fence would do, and that the main disadvantages of the fence, because it looks like it could be the cheapest, would be that it's not aesthetically pleasing, as you'd put in there. I think there's a bit missing there in regards to some of the other disadvantages to the fence, as well as I think there's a bit of over confidence in regards to it being functional to actually work in regards to keeping people out. I don't know if, it still doesn't mean it's not the best option, and I think that's what we're hoping to get to today. And you saw the memo that I co-signed with the mayor and our colleagues, trying a different approach. But I'll have some questions in regards to that as well, just to see if we can come to a conclusion on the council here. So, number one, I think when it comes to fencing, what we've seen on both public property and private property, it either gets cut, even as good as, tightly wound as some of the fence can be. When you have all day to work on it, you can cut through it. Or it gets, surmounted, and people get through essentially. And then we have, ourselves challenges. Now we have fenced off areas that just become larger encampments. So I'm curious why you believe that the fence itself would actually meet the goals and that it would be able to do the best to keep people out of the area.
And let me just interrupt before you answer, John. We're going to go to your answer, and then we're going to go back to public comment because we failed to actually have folks who have cards here to be able to speak. So
I can pause if you want to.
Why don't we go with your answer, John, and then we'll go right to public comment.
Okay. I think the fence is the most affordable way to keep the illegal dumping and re-encampment from coming back. I mean, we've already seen as the teams have worked on abating phase one, we've already had non-trash from the area re-dumped in that area. It's easy to back your pickup truck to and throw off what you didn't want at your house. It's not the people that live there. It's other people that are coming there with their stuff and using it as a dump site. I think, fences can be cut. It makes it more obvious when you've cut it and now you're the only thing inside a fence. It's easier for us to spot it and make adjustments to it. The K-rail that we proposed between both groups will keep the RVs and the cars off. Clearly, I mean that's going to be the main success of that. But it's still, I don't see that you won't park your pickup next to it and dump your stuff still through the gaps in the K-rail. The intention is not to make it solid K-rail. I don't have that much K-rail. It's to have a 4-foot gap between them so you can't get a car through, but I can make 10 sticks of K-rail go further, right, by making the gaps. So there'll still be that opportunity for the illegal dumping, which is costing the city a significant amount of money to keep taking that off. I think the maintenance of the cutting of the fence is an expense, but it's an expense cheaper than having to haul off the trash and continue to abate the space. I think it's cheaper to repair the fence, even if it's every month or whatever, and we're restitching the fabric on the fence. Those are my thoughts. I may be totally wrong, but we live with a fence at the airport. We're experienced with the fence. I know John from Parks and Rec has fence around other parks, and he knows the benefits of it and the cost to repair it. But it serves a purpose there too. And so I think we're working from some level of experience, but we're not blind that it's impenetrable. We know it's going to have failure points.
Okay, at that point, let me now go to, I see David Pandora standing here, and my apologies, David, we failed to call on the folks who were actually here waiting. So welcome back to City Hall, David.
I'm having a little bit of PTSD, but I'll try and get past that. It's really great to see Councilmember Mahan here today. I had read the county executive's piece today, and I thought you had been demoted to the Youth Commission. So it's really good to see you're here with equal standing. Seriously, though, every once in a while when you're on the council, you have these strange, really bizarre things you're asked to do. This is one of them. $1.5 million. It's probably the most expensive chain link barbed wire fence ever built in the city's history for a park. And you're being asked to approve that. And years from now, you're going to ask yourself, why did I vote for that? Because that fence is going to come down. And when that fence comes down, all the same things that have led to the problems here are going to still be issues the city's going to have to deal with. And I'm sorry to say this, but the issues are neglect, and disregard of airport safety laws, utter disregard of airport safety laws. So the fence isn't going to work in the long term, and it's not going to work in the short term. And the problems are two. One is the fence isn't going to protect the trails. So the problem's going to be pushed into the trails, into the natural environment of the river, number one. And the Rotary Playground and all those areas south of Taylor. Number two, the fence is the kind of thing that in the interim, when it pushes that problems over there, you're not going to save any money. If that's the driving force in here is avoiding maintenance. If the problem was only dumping, you wouldn't be spending $1.5 million for a fence. Please don't waste the city's money on that. The memo is a good first step to change that neglect to very positive steps for the city's future. There's additional things that we could do. I'm not going to go into those details now. I'm looking forward to working with Sam, your office, and Raul, your office, through the working group. So thanks very much.
Thank you, David. Okay, now we'll come back to council.
Yeah, there's no more public speakers.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Frost?
Yeah, thank you. And just in response to some of thank you, John, for the answer. We don't have the K-rail up just yet, correct?
That's correct. We're trying to mobilize the forklifts and stuff necessary.
Okay, because I think it will help. I would agree. You can still park next to it and throw stuff over it, but I think it will help for people that are obviously driving in. It won't be foolproof either. I think the main concern, and I had a conversation with the mayor before, obviously this came to us a couple weeks ago, is this fence would be fencing off a completely inactive area, which is different than the examples that we have. First off, the airport, I think, is an area a lot of people understand is pretty restrictive, right? And you probably don't want to get caught cutting the fence and going over in there. Other park spaces are typically a lot more active, right? They're a lot activated during the day. People are calling. There's eyes on it. In this case, we have 40 acres of no man's land. And so fencing it still doesn't mean that we're fencing off an area that people are going to come in, they're going to put eyes on it, they're going to be concerned and help, I think, in the same way that we see other areas that get fenced off that ultimately actually still end up getting encampments and stuff that will come in there as well. So I think that's where my concern is that we don't necessarily have an example, right, to say that fencing off a large inactive area like this is going to be successful. We do have some examples I've seen in areas along Caltrans right-of-way, along the freeway, where we have actually fenced off and tried to keep encampments out, and ultimately they've failed, right, because the fencing gets cut or some way it gets traversed, and then we have just encampments on the other side, right, with some in and out. And I, in that conversation with the mayor, agreed that let's see if we can't come up with a better plan to reallocate that 1.5 million to still try and keep people from re-encamping, specifically, again, the RVs, the cars, and then get some actual eyes on the place and get some maybe activation. We have a partner with the Guadalupe River Park Conservancy. We have a master plan. We're certainly not going to be able to activate, as you've put in there, that the dollar amount that it would cost, right, to even activate some of that area. But could we shift this resource that we know likely will not be, we may differ on the level of effectiveness, but I think we all know it's not going to be completely effective. We're still going to have some challenges in the area, and see if there's something we can do differently. And so that's the memo that you see that we've drafted up to try and provide some of those alternatives. And I wanted to bring up one potential opportunity that I did hear from Jason Su, director of the Guadalupe River Park Conservancy. And John Cicerelli will likely be aware of this, but and yourself too, maybe John Aiken, on the challenges that we have with the FAA and the ability to activate the space there, and what is considered or deemed a community use or an exemption from the fair market value conditions of that property. And when Jason read our memo, that was the first thing that came to his mind was, hey, we want to try to activate it, but one of the hurdles that gets in the way is if we try to work with, say, a nonprofit partner, like Vegilution, for instance, right? And we don't get this community use exemption for some of those activation opportunities, then it makes them infeasible, and they find it that much more difficult to activate the space. Considering that we now have the attention of the FAA and they're very interested in us ensuring that the area does not get re-encamped, I'm curious if, having them as an active audience now, could we maybe work with them and compel them to see how do we get a broader understanding of this community use, or could we get some more folded in nonprofit activation through the GRPC partnership and other nonprofit partners to then activate the space and be able to do so under the community use exemption. So what do you think that opportunity is now?
I think when you look at option 2 that was in the presentation, that's part of an approved master plan that the FAA has already seen. And I think when you talk about activation, you talk about a low-level activation like that. It's not gazebos and picnic tables and courtyards and all that kind of stuff. It's walking trails, different types of native grasses, things like that. I think we have a better success at working with them to activate it at that level as more a complement from the trail, so that it's more walking path, walking stuff. I think we'd have much more success on that. I think that even as you go through constructing that, though, the fence can play a role in that constructing. Even if we put up the fence now and say, look, we're going to dive into this, we're going to try and find funding by next summer, next fall, summer of 23, that fence needs to be there when we're working and doing the construction work, right, to develop that. So we saw the fence as a component to the future activation at some level. And I'm not opposed to asking the FAA, how far can we push activation? I mean, my role is to use my relationship with the FAA to get what the council wants, right? So I don't have a problem asking them how far can we go beyond walking trails and tall grasses, you know, and see what else we can do. Could we make it community gardens? You know, a portion of it. You don't need 40 acres of community garden, but, you know, could part of that be a component of that? So I don't mind, you know, reaching forward and doing that. We just saw the fence as a component of getting us there as we go through the design and construction of whatever is the next step.
Thank you. In regards to, and I'm hoping that we can get there also without the fence, but because I think that that's really a value to activate that space, and it sounds like this is one of those hurdles that we have with the FAA, and so I'd like to be able to see if we couldn't clear that through this process. The second thing in regards to the solutions that we proposed in our memo, alternative to a fence, would be getting eyes on the area. And I know we have concerns with secondary employment, and thank you, Assistant Chief, for being here. What do you think, Chief, that it would look like to actually try and get secondary employment? I know we have a lot of secondary employment positions that go unfilled now. What does that challenge look like realistically, you think, to be able to utilize officers on a periodic basis?
Thank you, Council Member. Well, there's several challenges, as you point out. Getting officers to do it in the first place, although I think that's not insurmountable, certainly. I think the bigger challenge for us is all of the progress that's been made to this point to get that area clear, and then each time we go back out there, specifically what our authority is to move anybody off. I would assume it's a trespass violation. We start running into issues where are we dealing with a trespasser, or are we dealing with somebody who's encamped? If we consider it an encampment, then we have a whole other process that we have to go through to remove them, which is exactly what we've just done here. And so our concern would be, I don't know that, we certainly don't have the staffing to patrol it regularly with just our regular patrol officers for that district to keep people out. It would have to be something with secondary employment, and it would, really to keep people out, it would have to be around the clock, and that would probably be, just off the top of my head, more costly even than this fence. And it would be a difficult thing to patrol.
Okay, and obviously being aware of that, knowing that secondary employment may not be the most cost-effective and realistically will be a challenge to staff, that's where we wanted to be creative and say, is there other opportunities, whether it's with rangers or other eyes on the park? What do you think that looks like, now to John Cicerelli, in regards to other options of security measures or eyes on the park there?
Yeah, thank you for the question. John Cicerelli, Director of Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services. Rangers, we're in an even worse spot than the police department just talked to you about. We could offer overtime shift, but in reality, we're not going to send a ranger up there alone. It would have to be two. In order for that to work out, just at our low staffing level and the way we're spread like in two halves of the week, if you will. Probably could only get there once a week, to be honest, with a ranger patrol. If we redirect rangers from where they're stationed now, that creates other systematic problems in places like Alum Rock Park, Lake Cunningham, and Kelly Park, where we consistently have emergencies, and we need good ranger presence in those big regional parks. From a security perspective, it's something we could try. My understanding, a lot of what our experience has been with security and homelessness. Now we've had them at community centers for owls. We have them out at the RV site, right, in Vista, Montana. And honestly, they're just there as someone to call the police. That's what it really ends up being. They're not equipped to confront. They're not equipped, and they're not authorized to put hands on or anything like that. So it just becomes a yelling match, and then they're just going to call somebody, like the police department, usually the police department. So I don't think it's if we don't have a full-on fence, I don't know that security patrols are going to help us with too much, other than to just tell us what's going on. But in reality, if we go down this path of no fence, I think we should reasonably come up with a plan that has some city staff going by there every day to see what's going on. Are people re-encamping, or is there some other issue going on that shouldn't be happening there, and then trying to mobilize whatever effort there needs to be to stop it. Can I add something real quick? Just because it's come up in the comments, and I don't want folks to be concerned. So the abatements did start yesterday. we are aware of the rain. We're watching this closely. We'll probably stop doing them tomorrow afternoon, wait out the rain. Depending on how much rain we get, at some point next week, we would probably restart. If we get a ton of rain and it's a real mud bath, it's going to just delay us longer. But I just want people to be aware we aren't going to continue to abate during the rain. That's been a long-standing city policy, or practice, I should say. Someone mentioned the water got turned off. It did, but it got turned off because it got broken and it was shooting everywhere, so we had to turn it off. And there's a repair that's going on. It's not going to be repaired today, I can tell you that, but we are expediting that repair. But just a couple FYIs there.
Yeah, thank you. That was going to be one of my questions, because I know that in the plan you had mentioned, weather being a factor in regards to the abatement, and so I appreciate that, and I know that's been our practice, so thank you for making mention of that. You're not making, obviously, the suggestions that we have here appear very feasible in regards to actually functioning to the manner we'd like, but I do think that it is worth the opportunity before we put up an actual fence. And I think that we're talking about two different sources of funding, multiple different sources of funding, but the fence being one, and the resources of bodies that we're suggesting here can't tap into that. That's been made clear, right? John Aiken, right? That the dollar amount for the fencing, 1.5 million, we can't simply just turn that over to hire, secondary employment officers, correct?
Well, it's currently in our capital budget, but I think we talked about 3 weeks ago when we were here that there is an opportunity to shift it from the capital to the operating through a discussion with council. The FAA had concurred that because it's money to secure and defend the airport property that was bought with the federal government, they would be okay with that use of the funds. So it's not insurmountable. It's something that council can do to move the money into the operating side. But
Okay.
then I don't have it to do the fence, right? You get A or B, but not both.
Well, and I'm curious if maybe there is still an opportunity to get both in the way that, and I would like to avoid the fence, honestly, but I recognize the challenges that we have here. It's not going to take 1.5 million over the next month or two to be able to determine if resources we're putting towards eyes on, whether it's secondary employment officers or another type of body that we have out there, or types of activation, to see if we end up having RVs, cars, and people coming back within the next couple months. As you're saying, we're already seeing illegal dumping, right, coming back. We're still actively clearing it right now. If indeed, let's say 2 months from now, we're getting to the to the end of the year, we are seeing a resurgence of activity in the area, encampments, illegal dumping. Could we have sufficient funds potentially remaining to say, all right, this direction that we went didn't work, and we still need to be able to do a fence? Would there be sufficient funding to do that? We've talked about other funding sources to help, whether it's the discussion we'll have coming up on the ARP dollars, to try and allocate. Do you think that would be an opportunity that we could then say come back to discuss putting in a fence if everything else we've tried is not successful?
I think if we were talking 60 days of security guards or something like that, and not dedicating police officers because they're pricey. If we went with the security guards, I think we could do that for 60 days. The benefit is we're not looking at abating phase 3 until closer to summertime. So if I used a little bit of the 1.5 million to do this experiment for 2 months, and then we said it didn't work, I could probably fence phase 1 and 2 with what's left in that account, and then we'd have to just come back to you for the annual or the mid-year, right, and kind of go through a normal council process to fence the rest of phase 3. But I think you could get 2 months of security guard and phase 1 and 2 fencing out of the 1.5 million if I had to guess.
Oh yeah, and I get it. We don't know for certain, but I don't want anybody to think that we make a definitive answer today, we go down that path, and there's no enlightenment that says, wait a second, maybe everything we're trying to do here is just not as successful, and even though we wanted to avoid a fence, maybe we can't, right? Maybe that inevitably is unavoidable. And that's my interest, and I know that our vice mayor had also had wanted to see if we could come back anyways to have a progress report. So what I'd like to do would be able to move the memo from my colleagues and I, and then I know that staff had the supplemental memo with the additional items there, and we've included at least the request that you had of moving forward with, say, closing off Spring Street and stuff like that. We've included that in our memo, but you've asked about, obviously continue the trash debris removal, installing the K-rail. That's all stuff that we had put in there in ours. The medium term, engaging the surrounding community, the stakeholders, these were maybe slightly newer requests that you had. In the long term, 6 to 18 months, engaging the surrounding community stakeholders on identifying permanent compatible public uses. I think those are all good things, and those are things we've asked for. The one, obviously, again, major difference is you're asking to still be able to install the fencing now. I'd like to put that conversation on hold, and rather than come back in 3 months, come back in 60 days and be able to get an analysis on how is it going. Are we getting phase or stage 1 and stage 2? Is that becoming re-encamped? Tons of trash and debris or illegal dumping? And do we need to maybe rethink before we go too far and expend all the resources of this 1.5 million or other resources we tap into it to see if maybe we want to actually reevaluate the use of the fence? So that's the motion.
Is there a second to the motion? Second. Also, okay, there's a second, Councilmember Cohen. Angel, you look like you want to jump in.
Yeah, I did, Mayor and Councilmember. Angel Rios, Deputy City Manager. So based on the last conversation we had, we heard loud and clear that there were definitely some concerns about, the optics of fencing and all, and as a team we have really vetted and reviewed that. Of course, the recommendation leading into this was for the installation of a fence. In the supplemental memo, we did carry over the recommendations from the first memo, but then we also added a new recommendation rather, and that's recommendation E. And I think the spirit of that recommendation really, I think, helps get to some of what you're proposing, Councilmember, around a potential non-fencing alternative, the immediate use of K-rail where applicable to really deter, as John mentioned, re-encampment and illegal dumping, but at the same time, some time and flexibility there to take a look at passive recreation that's consistent with the GRP master plan, consistent with FAA guidelines in terms of meeting the threshold of no more than 120 people per acre, that type of a criteria. It would give staff the opportunity to really engage other community stakeholders in terms of some other passive recreation alternatives, such as a community garden, disc golf, dog park, what have you, right? And I think that kind of gets us to that place of an alternative use. In those instances, there may be still the need for a fence. So for example, if we did a community garden, that's one of the ideas that we've been talking about internally. We fence our community gardens, but there would be, but the fencing would have kind of a different focus, right? It would be decorative and it would allow for entrance and exit, and it'll help us regulate the number of people at any given time on the site. So it would help with that. The team has come up with some creative ideas around even partnering with either Vegelution or some of these other groups. By the way, we haven't really reached out to them directly, so I'm kind of throwing out names without kind of reaching out to them. But where in fact we could potentially even reach out to the in-house population, provide some type of financial stipend, get them engaged in learning the skill of growing vegetables, and then taking those same vegetables and donating them back into the food system, perhaps through a partnership with Second Harvest Food Bank, for example. That's just one example that we're kind of offering up in terms of that the team has come up with. So I think recommendation E may help get to that place. So I just offer that up for additional feedback.
Yeah, I was reading it off. I apologize. I just explicitly stated it was recommendation E. So that'll be part of my motion, is in your supplemental memo, recommendation E. If that's okay with the second.
Council member, with the contracting part, I think we would have to go out for rebid. I just want you to realize that at the end of the 60 days, it would take us a process to, I was looking at Matt, but I believe those things would be done.
Yes, thank you, Matt Cano, Director of Public Works. Our bids are valid for 120 days typically, so once that time has passed, we would have to go out for rebid. If we also wanted to substantially change the scope, we would need to go out to rebid as well.
When does that clock expire, the 120 days?
I can look real quick and see if I can find out and get back to you.
And is it something that could be negotiated with the awardee there on, scope and maybe a slight extension on that time, the 120 days, or are those hard, fast rules?
No, we can. Yeah, yes, we can negotiate. So we do that every once in a while, where we ask bidders to hold their bids for a little longer period. We used to actually do 90 days, and now just when COVID hit, just to be safe, we actually extended our standard to 120. So yes, we can always ask for extensions, and they have to be mutually agreeable, and we often get them.
Okay, and I think in this case, at least if I'm on their end, the contractor, it's right now we're going down a path of potentially no fencing whatsoever. There's no contract there, right? They're not getting any work out of it. What we're saying is that we're willing to have a check-in in 60 days to see if, were we wrong on the direction that we were going, and we do actually believe maybe we need a fence, and then it's a slightly, augmented, agreement. And, but hopefully you can have that conversation. That would be something that we could buy ourselves the 60 days.
Correct, and let me maybe correct some of what I said also. Since we didn't get any responsive bids on this one, I apologize for leading us down that train of thought. The 120 days really isn't necessarily applicable because we are in this recommendation asking to invoke that charter ordinance since we didn't get any responsive bids to allow me the direction to negotiate with a contractor. So I don't know that there's any time limit necessarily on that city charter restriction. That's something we'd have to follow up on. There probably isn't, but I'm not sure. Having said that, if I were directed by council to do a smaller fence, that would be something that would have to go out to bid. If I were directed by council to do the fence as we put out to bid previously, then I likely could still, after this time period, go directly negotiate with a contractor. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, if I had recalled as well that we didn't get any response, which obviously was the conversation of this topic 2 weeks ago, I would have mentioned that. So thank you for catching that yourself, because we don't have a contractor at the moment, so we don't have an agreement. Why is it that you couldn't simply amend that to rather than be the fence that we've suggested right now to be a slightly smaller one?
Sure. I do have the ability, if you direct me to proceed with the current project as we bid out, I do have the ability that I always retain to negotiate change orders with contractors afterwards. However, since we did bid the project out as the entire, not $1.5 million, but the entire $1 million plus project, for us to invoke that charter restriction that would allow me to go directly award because we didn't get any responsive bids, I would really, in good faith, with that charter restriction, need to envision doing that with the same project we bid out. If the council came to me and said, well, let's do a $400,000 fence, that charter restriction wouldn't really apply, because if we had bid out a $400,000 fence in the first place, we probably would have gotten more responsive bids. It's definitely something I can take back, though, and we can talk about with the attorney's office prior to the next council discussion on this item. Worst case scenario, we would put a new project out. We would design a real quick new project, put it out to bid as fast as we can, and keep moving forward.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds like it's more of a challenge because we didn't get a response, and now you're utilizing this provision that we have in the charter that allows you to go out and just contract with someone. And I think it would be fine to, if we had to, if there was no other angle, to have to go out and rebid either way, because I think I'm not interested in saying yes today, giving you the authority to do the fence now. My colleagues, we'll hear from others if that's what they want to do or not, but I would prefer to go down this route, have a check-in in 60 days, and then have this conversation again here. But just to be clear, that did include the recommendation E from your supplemental memo. Thanks, Angel, for bringing that up.
Vice Mayor, are you running the agenda now?
I'm running the show.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Just making sure. I had a quick question, Councilmember Perales, if I could ask. It just occurred to me that 60 days from now is the doorstep of the Christmas break. Is it possible, or are you open to us coming back in January with this check back in?
Yeah, I don't think it has to be exactly 60 days, right? I think closest we can get to that is possible. Obviously, we're not meeting for those last 2 weeks in December, so that's fine.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. I want to thank Councilmember Perales for all his questions and the good discussion with staff. I'm just going to say right out, I don't want to kick the can down the road for another 60 days. I was out there at Spring Street over the weekend, and it is, it looks terrible. There's cars overturned and burned out. There's just a ton of stuff there. And it just looks like a really lawless area. So I think trying to have a human presence there instead of a fence is not ever going to work. There are hundreds of people living there, and there's no way we're going to have the response available to manage that. I mean, just as a comparison, when we have sideshows with hundreds of people, how many vehicles does it take, Chief, to respond to sideshows with a couple hundred people?
Paul Joseph, Assistant Chief of Police. We typically try to respond with at least 20 to 30 officers to contain that many sideshow participants.
Yeah, and we're talking about that many people living on that site. So I just think having a human presence instead of a fence is not going to work. Having it in addition to a fence, I'm ready to vote for that today. And a couple other things I just want to say about fences. We have many parks that already have fences or partial fences, and when they're being worked on, they even have, like right now at River Glen Park, we have a double fence. So we have a construction fence that is taller and takes up more space than the regular fence that's there. The municipal rose garden is fenced. There's also a valley water site. To one of Councilmember Perales's comments about we don't know that fencing works. There's a valley water site by Willow and the Long that is fenced off, and it's across the street from an area that is not fenced and not visible. It's a concrete pad, a lot of visibility from both Willow and the Long, and the entire pandemic, it has not been camped. There are no tents. There are occasionally about 20 bags of garbage there that get picked up, but it's bagged garbage. It's from cleanups. There's not illegal dumping, and that fence, to my knowledge, has either not been cut or is being repaired on a regular basis. So I think that the fence can work. And I really have a concern about confrontations or violence if we have park rangers or even police out there, and I'm very worried about that. John Cicerelli, to be clear, there's already been activity out there. I know their park staff goes out there on a regular basis. You talked about the pipe that was broken. Can you talk a little bit about what park staff experience has been going out there recently?
Sure. I mean, it's not a simple problem to work with, and not everybody out there that's living there agrees or is compliant or wants to do what we're asking them to do. That's why when we have abatements, we have to have the police there. It is a difficult situation, no matter how you look at it. Whether we put up a fence or don't put up a fence, those people are going to be pushed over to the river trail because one way or the other, we have to abate it. The issue for us will be managing that pushover, right? So everything that's going to happen along that trail section where a lot of people are moving, to the degree that we're not able to house them and find places for them to go, some of them will go into eventual housing next to the police substation next spring. But to my knowledge, we don't have a 200 or 300 person, solution here for housing. Plus, there's a ton of RVs out there. You said you were there this weekend, so you probably saw that. Most of those people don't really want to be housed, they just want a place to park and be serviced. For a while, we can accommodate that, but we also want to get those vehicles off the land. We want them off the trails. Those are all problems that we don't even contemplate in this memo that we're going to have to deal with as a result of all of this still. So adding more layers of things to do makes everything harder. That's just a reality. Our staff is there every single day. We try to develop personal relationships with folks that are out there so it's more cooperative. If you walk the site, you'll find some people that actually are living there relatively well. I don't mean they're in abundance, but for example, they'll have an RV and they'll have a nice space outside the RV where they have basically a patio, a garden, things like this. They're not dumping trash everywhere and causing problems. I was there the other day, a guy was just sitting there shaving outside his RV, just doing his thing. So there are people there that are cooperative, but there are many that are not. And to the chief's point, that creates conflict if we're going to force them to move. And I realize the imagery of a fence is bad, but the imagery of the cops having to wrestle somebody around is bad too. So there's no easy wins here. There's no simple solution here. We were trying to sort of what's the cheapest, fastest way to secure that site to prevent re-encampment, right? That's one of the big goals with the FAA. But this falls short of solving any serious problems out there. It's going to push some people around. Yes, some people will get some housing. Yes, we'll clear people off that land in compliance with what the FAA demands. But it by no means solves the larger issue that's out there. That will still exist, and we will still have to work with that ongoing out there.
Thank you. And to the question about the fence, I think everybody acknowledges the fence will be cut. Do we have an estimate on what maintenance costs are likely to be and how will it be maintained? If we decide to go down that road, I understand that's not the motion on the floor, but I want to know now.
So the fence would be the airport's, and so it would be our maintenance that would have to do it. Our maintenance staff can reweave and repair chain link to a certain degree. So if you cut the strands and peel it open, we can reweave it within our own staff. If it's a larger piece, we have open contracts to do fence repairs because we actually have a lot of fence being the airport. So I don't know what it would be. I mean, I guess it depends on how often it gets cut. To a certain degree, we can do it in-house. I don't imagine it being a huge amount of money unless it's cut daily. That would happen.
Will park staff be the one responsible for letting you know when it gets cut? How is it going to be monitored?
If we have a fence, we would have our operations staff who patrol our current fence add this to their loop, so it would get checked 3-4 times a day. Just the fence to make sure the fabric is consistent. Right. They would just add it to their current, couple mile loop they do around the airport property. So, so I guess it would fall mostly on us because it's our property, our fence.
Okay, thank you. I don't think we've heard that before, so I really appreciate knowing if we have a fence up, it's going to be patrolled, for lack of a better term, at least for the integrity of the fence, 3 or 4 times a day.
Yes, that's what we currently do, our current perimeter fence. I would just add it to the distance.
Okay, and so if we had rangers there, it would be 1 time a week, is what I heard?
Yeah, currently on an overtime schedule, we are, just for awareness, in the budget that passed this year, we were directed to expedite the hiring of ranger vacancies, and as soon as we could get them fully trained up and ready to go, assign 2 of them to the GRP. So, but that's not going to happen until next summer at best.
Yeah, okay. And if we did secondary employment, we don't know.
It would be whatever the city was willing to pay and whatever we had volunteer officers willing to sign up for it. We could staff it 24 hours a day if we have officers willing to do the work and the money is available.
Right, okay. That's always the question. That's always the question. I appreciate, John, your suggestion that the fence is a component of the strategy. I agree with that. I'm happy to make a substitute motion that moves the staff supplemental memo.
And would that motion include portions of the group memo?
So why don't I finish my questions and then I'll answer that question, because I have some questions for Jackie on the housing issue. Jackie, for the recommendation of the group memo about providing priority within the coordinated entry system, is that, because it's a federal directive, is that something that we can do?
Hi, this is Jackie Morales-Frand. I'm the Director of Housing. And yes, we could work with our local COC to create, it sounds like we have multiple priorities, which include the geographic requirement, and then this would be one as well.
Okay, thank you. So I'm happy to add that to my motion, as well as the housing recommendation from the memo. As well as the illegal dumping item number 4. I think the activation item number 5 is complementary to item E, so I'll add that as well. And I think we'll need a funding plan, so item 6.
I'm sorry, Councilmember, you're making a superseding motion?
Yeah, so I'm
Okay.
making a substitute motion to move the staff supplemental memo, and to include recommendations from the group memo 1, 4, 5, and 6.
I'll second that for the purpose of discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you. I had a lot of questions. And how many park rangers do we have citywide?
Right now, we have about 10 full-time rangers and then several part-time rangers. We would not put part-time rangers in this situation. They're more stewards than they are meant for enforcement or things like that. And those are spread primarily at the 3 parks I mentioned earlier: Alum Rock, Kelly, and Lake Cunningham.
So we have 10 in the entire city.
That includes their supervisors, by the way.
Okay. And then I had a question, because I thought it was an interesting idea, and so I'm going to ask Councilmember Peralez about item number 4 on illegal dumping, 4B on the use of the cameras. I thought that was really interesting. And so can you talk a little bit more about what you were thinking about the use of the cameras?
Yeah, we have deployed cameras before throughout different parts of the city, right, where we have hotspots of illegal dumping. And as we heard already, right, we've had some legal dumping again in this area, and likely whether we go with the K-rail or not, we know that the legal dumping is still likely to happen. The 8-foot fence probably will prevent that, but I would say that the K-rail likely wouldn't. And so we'd like to see if we could use the cameras in some hotspot areas, right, to actually catch the perpetrators from doing that.
And so these would be like the 30, I'm trying to remember because this has come up so much, the 35,000 fancy cameras. I think Councilmember Jimenez knows all too well. Okay, cool, thank you. And I had another question about the activation. I'm not opposed to it. I think we're sending a lot of mixed messages about this site, right? We want it to be open, but we want it to be secure. We want it to be vacant, but we want to activate it, right? And in fact, when Congressman Don Edwards helped secure that land, it was for noise abatement. It wasn't for a flight path. And then in the 90s, the Board of Supervisors actually looked at putting soccer fields there as a use. And so again, I'm not opposed to the activation of it, but I did want to hear a little bit more about the ideas and perhaps seeking the input of the unhoused residents on the site about what they would like to see for activation, or in addition to the surrounding community about the activation of the site.
Yeah, there's an approved master plan development, which is almost just an extension of what you see to the south, where we have kind of the orchard there in trail space. We have the Columbus Park sports fields that we're going to be putting in there on the north end. The master plan right now is what is approved and what the FAA would allow us to move forward with. Anything that begins to deviate outside of that is where we run into some challenges, and we saw that as we actually re-explored a large soccer complex, as you recall, with the earthquakes, right? And it ran into those challenges that made it tough to do that, and ultimately that opportunity fell out. The big challenge that the Guadalupe River Park Conservancy and we as the city have is getting the resources, right, to build out the master plan. That's why these other partners have been, I think, something that we've been interested in, but ultimately have not been able to go down those paths because of the restrictions with the FAA. So this is sort of a hybrid between that, because we're not talking about a private partner like the earthquakes were in running private soccer fields from time to time and generating revenue. We're talking about some nonprofit partnerships, maybe things that weren't part of the master plan. And I don't know if John Cicerelli, you can recall when that master plan was developed, but it was a number of years ago now.
2002.
Yeah, 2002. So it had stakeholder input at that point, right? It had, none of us here were here on the council, but unfortunately, that is the plan that is approved, right? And so that's the one thing that we know we can do. We just don't have the resources to do it. So these may be slightly outside of that master plan idea, but this is what we're hoping, is that in the interim, to get some use out of it. These, in my mind, match up more closely with the opportunity of keeping it open space, trail space, park space. A working farm and orchard, right, is not much different than what you're seeing there today. So that's our hope, is that we can do that. But again, as even Jason Seward pointed out, some of these partnerships right now would also apparently be unobtainable based on the restrictions of the FAA. So it just makes it very, very hard to even do something like this. That's why I was mentioning earlier that now that we have the attention of the FAA, because they also want us to keep the area clear, maybe we use this time to find some wiggle room in that activation.
Thank you. And I'm very sympathetic. And I genuinely want to come to something that is that's realistic. And I keep going back to earlier this year, reading the LA Times and seeing the confrontations in Echo Park, and that's not what I want for San Jose. And I think a big part of that, I know staff has already put a tremendous amount of work into ensuring that doesn't happen, and offering housing opportunities to folks, and coming up with a plan. But that's just really not something I want for my city. And so I'm good with. I actually really appreciate the innovation, the good ideas. With the activation, the illegal dumping. I have one more question before I get to my point, which is I have questions about capacity, and I'm not sure who to ask, whether it's the city manager or each department, but we have a citywide needs, right? I also represent, and we all have very high need parts of our districts. And so how are we going to do this work in a way that leaves capacity to do the other work that's needed throughout the city? I've already seen how the dire situation on Spring Street pulled staff off to work on that, and then it really actually, in one case, left the rest of the city kind of unaddressed because we're so short-staffed. And so what is our capacity, and then how are we assessing this $5.9 million plan or proposal? How are we putting this forward while looking at the rest of the needs of the rest of the city.
Thank you, Councilmember. I think, as part of the funding plan here, we do have to look at what do we need. We don't have a lot of extra capacity, as you know. I think you'll see in our November 2nd memo with some of those funds, we need to look at some of our funding needs in some key areas, some staffing needs in some key areas. But it's not an easy answer because we add positions, and if they're not filled, then that's not helping us. So we've got a lot, we do have untapped capacity with the vacancies that we have. So we've got to make the filling of our positions even more of a priority. And it's really tough because you're trying to do that as you're doing the day-to-day work. But we're going to be having a discussion with the senior staff about that and other things tomorrow because we're continually spinning, and it's really, really hard, especially when we're hiring people to do work and then they get hired, we train them and do all that work, and then they get a quote unquote stolen from us. And so we've got to shore up that in any which way we have. We've been working on that for years, but we've got to think about new ideas how to do that. So we have, again, untapped capacity with vacancies, but as John says, it takes a while to train them. And but where we are filled up and we can add some capacity with some of our other funding sources, you'll see us bring that forward.
Thank you. And like I said, I'm not unsympathetic. I've actually driven past there day, night. Actually, a couple of times at night I've driven by, and that whole area was like on fire, and trucks were coming in, and it's. I don't think any of the options before us are anything to be excited about. Let's put it that way. And so I had one more question, which is, could we, for example, pre-authorize a fence today? So have a report to the city council in 60 days, but today we could pre-authorize the fence. Guessing that's a public works question.
Yes, you can pre-authorize staff's recommendation to award the fence project.
Okay. And how long would that take?
The construction schedule you're asking?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that, John? Let me check real quick, and while you're, if you have another question, I'll check while you're doing that. But typically I'd say somewhere around, Drew's going to come up, and I would guess 6 months, but let's see what.
Each phase is about 45 to 60 days, and there's 3 phases. So it could take up to 6 months, like Matt said, by the time you get to all 3 phases.
Okay, so that time is built in. I think, like I said, the options before us are neither's good. I think I admire the ideas in here. Representing Coyote Creek, for example, I'm aware of some of the limitations we have as a city. I'm also concerned about diverting all of the resources in the city, or most of the resources of the city, to this area for something that we don't think is ultimately going to work. And I would rather put our resources into rehousing folks that need it. And so if there is some time between authorizing a fence and putting them up, I think what I would like to see is, staff working very closely with Councilmember Peralez's office to provide that information and provide that information to the rest of us, because this is become so extreme. But I'm going to support the fence. I think it's unrealistic for the city, for us to say that we're going to have, 30 cops and park rangers that we don't have and housing staff that we don't have to go out there immediately. I look forward to having some better options in front of us later this year. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone who wants to answer the question, I'd be interested in understanding better. David Pandori mentioned that if you build a fence, I think we all know where unhoused people are going to go. They're going to go immediately adjacent to the fence. They're not going to suddenly leave the site. And it increases, I would say it's an absolute certainty that you can have an enormous number of encampments along the trail and in the watershed. And that would be the one part of the park that is most used in good times and bad times, which is the trail. In fact, is a major commute option for more than 1,000 residents in our last trail count, I know, in a typical commute day. So I'm trying to understand, is the fence going to be constructed so that we can justify not doing anything else and leaving a bunch of people living along the trail? What do we expect? Are we just going to write this park off? What do we really expect is going to happen to all the unhoused people we know who are still going to be there all along that trail, in fact, obstructing the one part of the park that people want to use?
I'm happy to take that, Mayor. We've given this some thought, and I walked that trail site Friday, and up and down Asbury and up Spring, and you know, I was looking at it and going, well, first of all, along the trail is already bad. It's going to get worse. We can see that. I will say, speaking to the capacity issue, you know, in my mind, perfect world, we would focus on the trail issue once the fence was up and try to get that under control before even considering developing what's inside the fence, because we need to get that area under control regardless.
So what are you going to use? What people are actually going to do that work? The park rangers, the police officers, who apparently are not able to do that work under what's been proposed. How do they suddenly magically appear to do the work now once you have a fence?
Well, we do have the rangers in the pipeline, like I mentioned. They're just out there in the summer. So a lot of this was, you know, the timing, for example, the construction timing of the fence. This is all designed to coincide with sort of the end process, the end of stage 3, along with the housing that Public Works is going to build. It gives us that much more time to try to find solutions. I'm not saying or committing anybody or housing to that they're going to find places for all those people, but to me, the fence, to have the fence or not to have the fence, doesn't change that calculus. We have to move them off those 40 acres. So the question in my mind is, do we defend the 40 acres with a fence and a lighter touch from the human resource side, or do we not use the fence and use a heavier human resource presence to defend the 40 acres and prevent re-encampment? That's really where all this comes down to in my mind.
I guess I'm trying to understand, John, why you think it's a lighter investment of human resources. It is the same number of unhoused residents.
Agreed, actually. But what I'm saying, I guess maybe I'm not being clear. What I'm saying is whether you put the fence up or K-rail up, we're moving those people off the 40 acres. So the problem you're talking about exists either way. So, but to then have to confront what we'll have left, and then also try to develop the park, activate the park, and do all those things. That's a lot of layers of stuff to do. I would rather, okay, now we have this new existing and bigger problem along the trail. We need to put resources there and work on that. We've got the Rangers, we got the Resilience Corps, right? We have some resources that are going to go into this area. But whether the fence goes up or not, that's a problem we're still going to have to solve.
Yeah, I agree with you that it's a problem either way. I guess I'm just trying to, I mean, I know that it's been dismissed as an optics issue, this fence, but I think it's much more than an optics issue. I think this is pragmatically going to be next to impossible to actually execute. I know we're going to be spending a lot of time repairing that fence. I appreciate the resources that John's willing to invest in fence checking. I'd love to have those same resources invested in people who are going out there repairing, maintaining, preserving the park. And it just seems to me that we're going to spend a lot of time defending this fence. And the fence is going to push people to live in precisely the areas where park users would prefer they not be. And so I don't understand how a fence is going to make our life even slightly better.
it takes less human resources to defend it. That's, in my mind, the bottom line there. We need to do more, whether it's activations or other patrols or other staff to be checking on a K-railed site versus adding to an existing security patrol to just drive around it multiple times a day and report if there's any incursions. That takes a lower level of human investment than keep a K-railed space clear of people.
And you're still going to need police, aren't you?
Potentially, if we run into encampments and have to do abatements, yes. With the K-rail, we expect that. With the fencing, we certainly would not expect it nearly as much. I mean, there is no perfect
I'm not sure
solution.
I understand the rationale.
What's that?
I'm not sure I understand the rationale, because the fence is there, you don't think you need the police?
No, well, I don't think we need the police on a daily basis, no. We would need the police in a situation where someone was non-compliant and had come through the fence and gotten into the space and wouldn't leave, right? But we wouldn't need them necessarily on a daily basis, whereas if we just K-rail it, somebody's gonna have to be there consistently to keep folks from encamping there because it's just too easy to get in.
Angel, you look like you're eager to jump in.
Yeah, I'd like to offer a perspective that we as a team have also discussed and kind of vetted, right? And so if we kind of step back a little bit and first ask ourselves the question, what problem are we trying to solve for? So we know that we're trying to address the compliance with the FAA issue, right? And so we know that we need to remove the encampment. We need to eliminate illegal dumping. So that's the overarching, that's one of the driving problems. And then that response leads to the installation of some kind of a fence. Now, in terms of the fence, I think it's about perspective and how you use a fence, right? If you install a fence aimed at just keeping people out, I think that brings along with it more chances for altercation, for ways of kind of, compromising the fence and that kind of a thing. Similarly, an alternative approach would be the use of a fence to contain an activation, right? Now, and that's where I really think, we should explore the possibility of some type of passive recreation. Number one, it's consistent with the GRP master plan, so it shouldn't, it shouldn't trigger CEQA. I'd leave that to the attorneys just to make sure. I think it would also it would also bring out an opportunity for that site so that it's not just a fenced, barren piece of land, but rather a land that can be converted into some type of passive recreation that could be used for a more meaningful purpose. Again, taking the community garden idea, teaching people how to grow vegetables and then taking those vegetables and putting it back into the food source for families that are in need. I think that's a win right there. And we could do that in a way that still, meets the FAA requirements, puts a few people to work as well. And at the same time, once you have an activated site, as we know, once you activate a location and you have actually people interfacing with that site differently, then all of a sudden the whole dynamic changes, right? And I think we need to take a similar approach with the trail, right? Because, and of course, I should have started with this, the number one priority needs to be the prioritization of housing those that are on that encampment as a priority, like now, right? And so I think the issue of the fence, it really comes down to perspective on how we utilize the fence. It could be a fence that keeps people out, and if it's viewed that way, it will get compromised, and it is going to trigger more police and a bunch of other city resources, or a fence that's used to contain an activation that's open to people, of course, under regulated hours and times and all. And so I would just offer that up as an alternative perspective. I think recommendation E, sets the stage for that. But I think it comes down to how we view the use of the fence or how we actually operationalize it.
Angel, I just feel like I'm hearing a lot of conflicting currents from staff, because I just heard an explanation that we had too many layers. We're trying to do too many things. And you're describing a lot of things.
Yeah.
So, I appreciate the approach, but I'm hearing from other members of staff that doesn't seem realistic to them.
Yeah, and I think what you're hearing, Mayor, is that this is a wickedly hard problem to solve. I think that's really what you're hearing, right? Because even amongst us, as we've been kind of vetting this issue, I will tell you this, we're all trying to find a solution to this, right? That kind of addresses the FAA issues, addresses the homeless issue, addresses the need to activate that site. And quite frankly, there aren't any easy answers, right? I mean, I think to Councilmember Esparza's point, I mean, it's not like we're offering up like, you know, these real stellar ideas, because this is a wicked problem. And so I think what you're hearing is kind of, you know, an expression of how difficult it is, not so much that, you know, there's resistance to pivoting, because I will tell you this, we have been spending a lot of time as a staff here with everybody in this box here on this issue, and we're all ready to pivot, and we want the best for our city, but it is a complex issue, and it doesn't mean that we're all going to leave here in full agreement, right? But I think ultimately it comes down to, you know, kind of in some cases, sometimes the lesser of both evils, right? But I just wanted to offer up that last, you know, perspective, because I do see, you know, coming from a Parks and Rec background, I do see the value in activation and what can happen if you do it right. But yes, it is going to require resources. It's going to require some intentionality, and it's going to require a lot of coordination. The last thing I didn't mention is, if we do this in partnership with other groups, then that helps mitigate some of our bandwidth issues, right? Because we don't have just extra staff sitting around waiting to do something. So if we're able to activate and partner with nonprofit organizations that are set up to do this, then we invite them into the solution, right? And
yeah, no, I appreciate what you've said, Angel. I guess, you know, I'm still a little confused. I'm getting a lot of different messages. You know, what I know is that clearly this park requires our resources and our attention. And I know there's been a suggestion that we don't have the adequate police to police it. But we've had, what, a half dozen arson in that park in the last couple of weeks. This is a very dangerous area, and we better police it. I don't think we have a choice. And I think it would be on overtime, not on secondary. Is that right, Chief?
Mayor, we have been doing this, typically providing security for abatements through secondary employment, but I'm getting some messaging right now that perhaps it needs to be switched to just straight overtime cost.
Right. So it wouldn't be a matter of people volunteering.
Well, most of our overtime assignments are voluntary for people to sign up, but if it's city overtime, then yes, we could compel people to work it. That's true.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand clearly what the options are. So you know, I'll continue to listen to the dialogue on the council, but it seems to me at the end of the day, the question is whether we're going to try to save this park or not. And I see a little, perhaps a bit of my own bias, but this fencing option seems like an act of resignation. And if we're pushing people to live in the places, the one part of the park that we know people use on a daily basis and will use and can use to activate it, which is the trail, it means we're writing the park off. And devoting the same resources to go clear that part, it doesn't make sense to me. And I think that, you know, if there were any other neighborhood, people would be insisting they want their park back. And I think we can do better. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I've been on the fence on this issue, and it's because I know the groans. All right. If you look at in my district, the fencing, particularly along Caltrans property, it's pretty much, you know, destroyed. Hasn't stopped anyone from, you know, camping it on those properties. And so I was very reluctant to support, you know, a fencing option, but I definitely wanted to hear, you know, the different thoughts and dialogue. And I want to hear from the chief. Are your primary concerns around not having a fence around staffing? Is it around enforcement of trespassing versus encampments? Or is it optics or any other issues that you have concerns about?
So thank you for their question. There's a number of concerns. One would be, again, simply the staffing, the ability of our patrol officers to ensure that no one is encroaching on this property now that it's been cleared is challenging. That could be solved through overtime. However, there are issues with safety. There are crime issues related to this camp. We've obviously had an increase in calls for service to the camp. Some of those, are what you might call quality of life type issues, but others involve violent crime in which the residents themselves have been victims. There's nobody here from the fire department, but it's been mentioned there have been a number of fires. There was one this morning in the camp. I would imagine, without speaking to the fire department, I would imagine that there's quite a few calls for medical service into the camp. So its existence does, create a demand for services. Now that doesn't mean that that demand doesn't just shift somewhere else if this camp is fenced off and those folks are not housed and they in fact recamp someplace else. But if we're moving people out of the camp, I mean, my point is only to let you know that it's challenging for us to continually keep people out of that area. A lot of hard work has been done to get it cleared. A fence makes it far easier to maintain in its unoccupied state. And if that's the purpose that the city is trying to achieve, I think it's helpful to have that fence. It's I can't say that no one would encroach upon the fence. I can't say that no one would cut the fence and go inside, but it's a little bit of a psychological barrier to cut the fence and go in and be the only guy sitting inside a big vacant fenced off area versus just getting back in there. The fence would be very helpful to us.
So if the site was cleared and someone moves in, one person moves in, wouldn't it be the same situation where they would stick out? Unless you had like a mass number of people that converged on the site at one time, wouldn't it be the same scenario, having a fence, not having a fence?
It would, but now it becomes a matter of, is it a call for service that gets us in there? Is it overtime that keeps us patrolling it? If it's a call for service or a matter of our proactive patrolling of the park, then that's going to be a lower priority situation than the other calls for service that the officers have to respond to during an ordinary course of their day. So it's just harder to keep people out. And again, I mentioned before, once a trespass becomes an encampment, now it triggers a whole bunch of legal protections for the people living at the campsite. And now we're going back through this whole process again of the notification, the 72-hour notice, the storing their belongings, they're offering them services, and all these other things that we just went through, whereas that's already been done. And so I'm just trying to find a way or offer that it would be challenging for the police department to sustain it, or harder to sustain it without that fence. But that's my opinion.
And so do you know when that's triggered, when something goes from trespass to an encampment, what the triggers are?
You want to do that? Yeah, trespass would just be simply being in the space. We consider encampment when someone has set down something like a tent or built a structure. Now they're encamped, and that triggers the 72-hour process to remove, if we want to remove them.
So that would apply whether you have a fence or not, then?
It would apply if someone tried to set down. If someone's just walking through there, and whether we put up a fence or K-rail or whatever, once we clear this space, we're going to post no trespassing all around it. So someone could just be out there hanging out. That's trespassing. But if you have supplies with you, a tent, or you're building a structure to live there, that's an encampment.
So if I cut the fence and I bring my tent and my supplies and I put my tent up, would that automatically be considered an encampment?
We would consider that an encampment, yes.
Even if you have a fence?
What's that?
Even if you have the fence around?
Yeah, even if we have a fence, we've gone round and round with the attorneys. It's, they have their rights. We have to respect those things. Okay. Now, we've thought about some creative ways, like you post the site every single day for abatement. So anybody who shows up today is already on the schedule for abatement if they tried to encamp, some things like that. But, again, to the chief's point, it's easier to do that with a fence than it is with K-rail.
What about private security? That's what we do currently with the airport, and that would be the strategy if we had a fence, to have private security do the 3 to 4 times a day.
Well, I have
inspection?
private security on the curbs at the airport, manning the parking regulations on the curb. But I also have senior ops specialists that do perimeter inspections as well as the security guards. So it would probably be a mixture of the two. But I would take the staff member that does the perimeter of the airport itself and just expand it to do Guadalupe Gardens at the same time. So it'd be a mixture.
Could those different functions also perform that function, whether it's a fence or no fence? Couldn't they do the same thing?
Well, they could. I mean, I'm only committing to once a shift, to go by it. It's easy to look for a cut in a fence. You drive by it, 12 miles an hour and you can see a cut in the fence. If you're going through with the K-rail, you're, again, looking for the people, and then we have to call the police to come out and respond with us, so we're more detained. And then now I learned the difference between trespassing and encampment, which I didn't know 2 minutes ago. Then we get into that whole piece there, which I just agree, it's just that much easier if I don't have to cut a fence as a homeless person. You would go in that area much more easily than you would if you had to, take some part of the fence apart to get in there.
Okay.
Personal opinion.
I appreciate that. Like has been mentioned before, this is very complicated. It's very difficult to solve. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know what the right answer is. That's why, I had the recommendation that we have a check-in after 60 days to really understand if it's working or not. Again, we don't know what the outcomes are going to be. We don't really know what the right answers are. And so I want to throw this challenge out to you, Chief, that if we go forward with, 60-day check-in and it doesn't work out, you can come back, sit in the box and tell us you told us so. So
I wouldn't say that to you, Vice Mayor.
You do it in a very nice way. You would do it in a very nice way. So I think that's really the compromise in terms of moving forward, is to have that check-in, see how it's working, and then make that adjustment. So I just want to just clarify, Matt, having that 60-day window is not going to impact funding or process.
Regarding process, having the 60-day window will not impact it, assuming that the direction in 60 days is to still award the entire fence project. If the direction in 60 days is to proceed with a smaller project, we would then need to redesign and then re-put out to bid the smaller project.
If we make those changes. Okay, I got it.
And then, John, he asked also if it would affect funding. I don't think so.
No, it's in our capital budget for this entire year. So as long as we encumber the money before June 30th, we should be good.
Great.
Point of clarification, is that an amendment or is that already part of the superseding motion? Okay, so you're going back to the original motion. Okay. But the original motion doesn't have the fence. It has it to come back to council in 60 days. Is that correct? Yeah. Correct. So then what you just proposed is not the original motion or the superseding motion.
I'm supportive of the.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that for myself. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, were you completing?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay. Councilmember Cohen?
Okay, thank you. Like others, I'm conflicted about the best solution. I know that there's arguments on both sides, and this is complicated by the fact that this is airport space, and we have other reasons to defend the space differently than we would if this were one space next to another space where pushing people from one place to another wouldn't necessarily make sense. So I understand that complicating factor, and clearly I think I'm sympathetic to the idea that a fence makes it easier, although I'm very sympathetic with what the mayor's saying, that a fence seems to kind of push a problem around and doesn't necessarily prevent a lot of the other things we still have to do. I think, John Tisrelli, you made the point that a lot of the same things are going to happen with or without the fence. So I keep going back to, well, if it's going to happen with or without the fence, if we can avoid spending $1.5 million on the fence, then we can use it for other things that might be better long-term solutions. So that's been my concern. To me, it seems like we're having a little bit of this discussion out of order, in the sense that the primary objective here should be figuring out how to humanely provide disposition, provide housing, provide service for the people who are on that site before we secure the site, because unless we secure the site, people have a place, they're either going to find another spot nearby, which won't necessarily solve the dumping, the garbage, the fire problems. They're just going to move those problems to somewhere else. And the same resources that have to respond to those are still going to be responding to those. And then so to me, that's the primary question, is how we find the right solutions for people who are there now, so that we don't have this issue, because the issue is going to exist regardless, unless we have supportive housing, unless we have RV parking, unless we have a place for the people who are on the site now. Obviously, there's different budgets here as well. There's airport budget versus city budget, and there's different objectives here. But for me, I'm thinking totally about the total cost to the city. I mean, the city's going to respond to the issues. It's going to push the problem into the park area, which in some sense is worse for the public, but better for the airport. So it's not clear to me which is the right solution, because we obviously have to keep the space clear for the FAA. That's sort of the number one. That's one of the top issues. I'm a little bit skeptical of the 60-day check-in, not because I don't think it's a good idea to check back and figure out if this is working, but because I don't know that the next 60 days are going to tell us if it's working. Because in the meantime, we've moved people from areas 1 and 2 into area 3, although some people may have found some places in other places to go. But as long as they're still close on area 3, having no fence and having them on area 3 means they're more likely to spread back into areas 1 and 2 until the whole site is abated. So I don't know that we'll know something in 60 days about the need for the fence that we would know after the entire site is cleared. So that concerns me a little bit, this 60-day check-in, because I don't know that triggering automatic building of the fence because people have moved back is going to be enough time to know. And then but the main point for me still is we're going to have these problems regardless. And certainly if the issue is illegal dumping, and that's the primary issue that you're concerned about, I'm not convinced a fence solves that problem. People are going to dump next to the fence, or they're going to dump at the park right next door, or they're going to dump right across in the river. People are going to find a place to dump, and we have a problem we have to solve on illegal dumping. But some people will still throw things over a fence if they want to dump. I mean, I'm just not sure that we should be spending this money if dumping is the primary issue. And so I've heard various statements about what the primary issue is here, and maybe you want to clarify. I know that some folks are talking about this being a better way to monitor the site versus this being a better way to prevent dumping, but what is our primary objective with the fence?
Our primary objective is to keep this area uninhabited and keep dumping down to a minimum, because it attracts birds, which are not a good combination with the aircraft on arrival. And so those are the two main things on this 40 acres. And if we put up the fence, the people are going to move somewhere or to the trail. If we don't put up the fence and we enforce it, right, and we patrol it and all of that, the people are going to move to the same place, either to the trail or somewhere else. So the fence just makes it so that it's there's not so much yo-yo back and forth where the person comes in, then gets moved off, and then comes back to re-inhabit the airport land. And so the part that started all of this was the fact that this land is purchased by the FAA under the approach. And so the two main things are not inhabited and not attracting birds and other things that impact safety. As cold as it seems, if that happens on the Apple property across the river, it's not the FAA's issue. So the issue at hand is to protect this 40 acres. And I know we're all part of the city and we want it to be right everywhere, but you're asking what is the actual need on this piece of land, and
right, yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah. A few weeks ago when we first brought this, we talked about the K-Rail solution for vehicles, and I know that vehicles being able to drive into a site makes a huge difference as far as dumping. It makes a difference as far as re-encampment. It makes a difference as far as RV parking and other things. And I imagine that RVs themselves, being even on Spring Street, will potentially create some garbage issues that might also attract birds. So we still have that potential issue happening regardless of this solution. But without trying the K-rails first to see how well that secures and reduces this problem, I'm a little uncomfortable moving full ahead on the fence, because we did talk about that K-rail solution, as a way of keeping the roads clear. And I think the roads are our primary access point for a lot of people who engage in some of these. Obviously not for all people who are camping there, but for a lot of the other behaviors we're talking about, the roads are a key access point.
The K-rail solution is an actual enclosure of the entire area. So it's not just the road, because most of these RVs and cars have jumped the curb to get in there. If you look at where they're placed around the 40 acres, they come up and just turn left and go over the curb and get in. So it's actually, the first proposal was to K-rail the entire phase 1 and phase 2 as a circular boundary around it.
And that, to me, is a more pleasing solution because it still provides public access and other ways to the park, but doesn't necessarily have the optics of a fully fenced site and the issue. But I understand that it might not be quite as protective. Well, but from a dumping standpoint, I suspect the K-rails and the fence, in my mind, aren't that different in terms of preventing dumping.
And I know that there keeps this reference of the fence keeps it so people don't have access to this part of the park. Before COVID and before the homeless situation, this was not a park. This was something that John was responsible, that I paid him to mow twice a year, and no one ever walked through it. It was old scrub trees, high grass that got mowed twice a year. It wasn't, I don't want to think this fence is going to keep you out of a park you used to play baseball on, or that you used to walk your dog on. This was an abandoned 40 acres pre-COVID, and very, very unactivated. So that's what we're fencing off.
Fair enough. I mean, I guess I meant to say that if we focus on some of those activation solutions and we try to do something there, then we're gonna have to have openings at some point anyway for that access.
Yes.
And so this could be a more permanent solution because it keeps the vehicles off, which I think, in my mind, that solves a lot of the dumping problems. But so that's something I'd like to try first. I am concerned about the 60-day, like I said before, I'm concerned about the 60-day because I don't know that we learn as much in that short period of time. But I think it's a reasonable, I think our initial proposal is a good one to try with K-rails and trying to figure out how we're going to get people into supportive housing and off the streets. And we're still going to have the issues that we have in the area around it, regardless of whether we put up a fence or not. So that's why I'm leaning towards the original motion.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Prowse.
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, I think a lot of good input, and appreciate my colleagues chiming in. We don't know, none of us know what I think the exact right answer is here. And I think one of the biggest challenges is the fact of this looming requirement that we have from the FAA. Without that, we wouldn't be in this situation. We wouldn't be discussing this and trying to clear a pretty vacant area or fence off a vacant area. Certainly fence it off. That would then maybe encourage people to move into the trail area. So it's a really stuck between a rock and a hard place where we're at on this challenge. I will echo some complaints from community members because I know the mayor had brought it up in regards to what we'll be hearing. We're already hearing it. There are cars, RVs, cars driving on the trail right now, but RVs. Encampment. So already along the trail, very dangerous and not something that what its intended use is, and that is really the only active and upkept part of the park there. And we want to keep it that way and not have to put a significant amount of more resources to do so. And I would agree with the mayor that if we were to fence off that third phase, which goes right up against the trail, we're likely just going to push all of that into the area there, and now have, you know, this outreach and resource that we're talking about devoted to try to keep that area active, and I don't see that as the best option. I'd rather have our problem area be the area that we're looking at now, knowing that fence or not, it's probably going to be a challenge that we always have to address. It was, you know, years ago, and I think it will continue to be until it's fully redeveloped. And so I'd rather have that be the area that we have to put some more eyes and attention to than pushing people over to the trail themselves. I appreciate that the time, you know, that we don't want to push this off or wait. And, you know, I'm willing, I think, to entertain the idea of giving some authority to staff that doesn't necessarily say, hey, you're going to go out and you're going to build a fence, but to speed things up so then that way we don't come back and calculating it, actually January 4th is 77 days. So rather than 60, we're talking about 77 days coming back. And then we don't have to push it out another 6 months or so doing another RFP, because I would like to see the smaller project be an opportunity before we simply said yes to a full fence, which again, I don't support today, but if we came back, I likely wouldn't support that anyways, 77 days from now. So I would say, could we initiate if you needed to do an RFP, that process on a smaller redesigned fence that really only looked at, say, phase 1 or phase 2 being fenced and not phase 3, because I think that's really where my main contention comes up, is once we fence off phase 3 and we go right up against the trail, then we're just pushing people right to the trail. And so
Councilor Prowse, you might want to make that 84 days. I'm told there's no meeting on the 4th.
Oh, all right. Sorry. We had a meeting last year, I think, on the 5th, or this year on the 5th. So 84 days. It's not 60. We're talking 84 days.
Yes.
I guess the point here is, right, if we don't give some sort of authority today, then 84 days from now, it's going to take you another 6 months or so to take some action. I'm just, again, this is not the direction I want to go, but I'm trying to make that an opportunity. And you already hear that I think that the differing viewpoints from the council, yourselves, everybody. So in trying to provide those options, so then that way we can maybe make a decision 84 days from now, I want to give that opportunity. So I'm willing to entertain that as an allowance to say, staff, go out, reissue maybe the RFP, and that way when you come back 84 days from now, we have some options, right? And we can discuss that. I'm hoping that everything we're doing works well. I'm hoping that we only have to keep, a little bit of eyes and ears on the space, that, John, your security for the airport, cruising by the area provides enough eyes and ears where we're calling, PD, and we're keeping the area for the most part pretty clear. And my hope is that we come back in January and we say, we don't have to do the fence. Let's keep up with this progress. But giving that opportunity, I'm willing to give staff that ability. So then you come back in January and you say, look, we want to move with the fence, and the council can make the decision then. What does that sound like, Matt?
I'll ask John to weigh in too. I think we have that, even without that, you giving us the direction, we have the staff authority to send projects out to bid and repackage projects and investigate things. We just can't award them for construction if they're over 600,000 and change without your authority. So we can, we haven't delved into this deeply with the team, so we'll definitely take that back and take a look at what we may be able to do in the next 60 days or 60 plus days to make that a little easier. We definitely heard what you said, so we can take that back and think it through.
Okay, that doesn't have to be part of the motion then, you're saying? Okay. And then last question, nobody's asked it yet, but the FAA approval on this shift of the plan, right? I mean, obviously FAA has seen our initial plan that we presented to them. They agreed to that. What does this look like now after we get a decision today and maybe we come back in 84 days? What does all that look like as far as getting the FAA to still sign off?
Well, the FAA had a follow-up conversation with the mayor and was clear that it doesn't require a fence, it requires compliance. So if you can make it clear and compliant with K-rails, then fine. If it takes a fence, then that's what it takes. But we got the opportunity to explore other alternatives, but still the goal of no one living there. You know, still compliance with our grant assurances. So
this phased approach would be fine. It's acceptable right now, and we can.
Yeah, and they would just say if it didn't work, if it failed and it got re-encamped, then you either have to do a fence or come up with another creative idea
Yeah.
to keep a stepping stone. So I think we got that clear from our final communication with the FAA.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so I appreciate the difference of opinion. I can't support the substitute motion. I would prefer, and mainly because once we do the fence, you know, that's it. Money spent, fence is up. We're not going backwards from that. I think if we take this approach where we give ourselves the opportunity to say, do we actually need this very expensive fence or not, we can come back in, check in January, and have the ability to decide at that point. So that's why I can't support the substitute motion. I would prefer that we go with the underlying. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you. Councilmember Perales, so I think I mentioned earlier, I like the phased approach. I just don't want to rule out a fence. So, because to be upfront, I don't think that's realistic, right? And I think I already said that. So then the underlying motion would include, what's the January, what's the date in January?
It's 11th then?
January 11th? Okay. So it would be coming to council January 11th for the authorization for the fence, and in the meantime, staff would put that out to bid. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. The new bid, because in essence, if we changed it, we have to do that, is what we're hearing.
Okay. I'm comfortable with that, and I just want to say, at the risk of stating the obvious, this sucks, right? We did not choose to do this, and I don't like the idea of, it's not fences, it's abating people that are moving people around, right? So we're put in this position of doing something that I don't think anybody on here wants to do this. And I'm not hearing staff saying this is the number one thing that we want to devote all our time and attention to in the city on this. And so we're forced into this horrible situation. And so I just, again, wanted to state the obvious for the public. We're not choosing this. And my preference would actually be to continue to push back on the FAA but that ship has sailed. So having said that, if Councilmember Perales will have that come up 84 days from now instead of 77, I'll support the underlying motion. I just think a fence needs to be part of this discussion, and if we give staff the latitude to put it out to bid, to continue to move forward, so this doesn't rule that out, then I'm comfortable with that. And I appreciate all the dialogue and everybody's hard work on this. This is just a horrible situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mahan?
Thanks, Mayor. And I think we've been at this for about 2.5 hours, and we probably got to where I wanted to go. I really dislike the idea of a fence. I think it's been said. I also can support a phased approach, and I appreciate all the efforts to try to find alternatives. That being said, I have to admit, I'm not hearing a great alternative to a fence in the long run. I mean, just from what I'm hearing from staff here. And I was wondering if maybe staff could comment on other areas where we routinely have to abate. My guess is that the cost to the city, just in terms of staff time, is very high. And so to me, the kind of strict first question we've got to answer here is, how do we comply with the FAA requirement, and how do we do so cost effectively? And what I think I'm hearing from staff is that you all believe that the fence is going to be the most cost effective way to comply. I think that's kind of the bottom, and I'm very sensitive to the point about the park. I want to get to that next. But is that what you all are saying? And can you give us a sense of the cost of routine abatements of other sensitive areas?
Thank you, Councilmember. I don't have the cost in front of me. It is costly to abate. So, for example, this site is going to cost us $1.5 million at least to abate. So that's not small change. That's not the fence. The fence is a separate cost.
Understood.
So that gives you a sense of scale. Abatement is not a solution, right? This is not solving homelessness. This is not solving the problems that are out there. It is a disruptive strategy. That's what it's meant to do, is prevent encampments from getting big like this. So when we do them, it tends to be larger encampments, and they tend to take days, if not weeks in some cases. I mean, this one's going to take months because of how big it is and how much there is to clean up. So it's a heavy lift every single time when we're doing these larger encampment abatements. And most of them, thank God, most of them are not this size. But we have plenty that are 20, 30, and 40 people. And if we have to abate those, that's a week-long project easily. And those are resources that we're then taking from the bigger issue of encampment management citywide, which we will be digging into next week, by the way. Where, by the way, we're also asking for money for more barriers and cameras and all kinds of stuff. Not in that memo, but setting up that conversation for the November 2nd conversation. But the point here is that we're trying to get this program to a once-a-week trash service. The same people that do that trash service are the same people we're tapping to go do this abatement or the one-on component we did, a month or two ago or whatever it was. We're pulling from the same places. And this is why I feel a little better about the middle of 2022, because between now and then, we do expect to hire a lot more people. We do expect to be in a much better position to handle this day-to-day workload. Right now, we aren't in a great position, frankly. In some ways, the rain coming tomorrow and giving us a break gives us a chance to catch up with some other work that we neglect to do this.
Right. The other thing that I might add from the housing department's perspective is the strategy that we are trying to implement here is really trying to reduce the area where people can be. So the intent was not to move people into the public space of the creek, because that's the final phase of the fencing. So as we're thinking of the whole opportunity to try to house people, what we don't want is new people moving into this area, and while we replace people, having more people coming in. So the idea of the fence, especially in those first two phases, we're removing people, ideally, to the third phase, right? The people that are actually encamped on the actual site that aren't the cars, moving them to the third phase, getting people settled there, and then really doing more intensive work on trying to get them housed. And not having the opportunity of having such a huge site where we're housing people and new people are coming in, and we're just never able to really contain or control the situation. So that was really the overall strategy of the three fencing approach. Housing did not support, containing the entire site. And that's where this compromise has come through, is kind of shrinking the site, allowing housing more time to work with people to try to find those longer term solutions, and really sending the message, we are getting this site under control.
Thanks. Obviously, we have to comply with the FAA's rules. There's also a public interest, though, in not simply pushing everyone into a trail area and making that inaccessible to everyone. That's a concern I've heard, and I'm curious, is that part of your execution plan at this point? It's not clear to me. I mean, is it possible to either extend fencing, which I don't particularly like the idea of the fence, but maybe alternatively extend the removal/abatement process to include the adjacent trail area, so that we are also setting an expectation that that is not an appropriate place to set up shop? I mean, I just worry that, to the mayor's point, if we suddenly move a couple hundred people out of this 40-acre site, the most obvious place to go is right down on the trail where we do want to maintain public access.
So simply put, no, that is not part of this plan. What is part of next week's conversation is to talk about the things that we do, for example, in the Guadalupe River Park Trail. How do we prevent vehicles from getting in there? One of the ways is to stop them from jumping the curb in this park, right? Because that's a very common way to access those trails. But those trails have all kinds of access points. It won't be simple, but we do plan to take measures to prevent vehicles from being able to get up on the land and or get down on the trail, yet still allow for public safety like fire and police and our rangers, et cetera, and maintenance crews to get in there, you know, when they need to, but then it stops the average vehicle from having access at all. Because it's a major problem. It's a major safety issue on this trail. We get that. We get that it's only going to get worse as a result of what's going on out there. That was going to happen whether we put up a fence or not. So that's why I was saying towards the middle of next year, when we've got more resources, we would start to focus more on the trail area once phase 3 was done in the middle of next year. But we've got so much invested in this abatement right now, we really don't have capacity to grab that space too. And before we did abatements there were plenty of people camped along that trail. There were plenty of people driving vehicles along that trail, and there were plenty of people living there. There will be more people, but it's not like that condition didn't already exist. It's just going to get worse.
But it could be significantly more people. I mean, I guess it just seems to me that this would be the moment at which we clear that site and push a bunch of people down toward the creek would also be the moment to at least provide some guidance or to try to clear the area around the trail. I'm not saying we're going to just keep pushing people out. I agree that abatements are very limited tools and don't work particularly well. But it does seem like if we can find any extra support, we ought to try to set some expectations or protect that space as well,
Yeah,
since that's...
although I
Thank you.
feel like we're not recognizing we do have housing resources, and we do have time between the last phase being implemented. Frankly, I think the hardest people to house are going to be the people that are living in the RVs and cars, because often people who live in RVs and cars view those places as their homes and don't necessarily see themselves as homeless. But the people that are in tents that might be more apt to go into the creeks, because the cars and the RVs are going to be limited in terms of how much they can go and how far they can go. But really, the people that are in tents, that are on the ground, housing has resources. We need time in order to try to get them out of that particular encampment. And so we are trying to devise a plan for people. And, you know, we were mostly successful in relocating people that had been in a shelter, but those were people who were okay in living in shelters. You know, there's no guarantee the people that live here would want that option, but we are trying to create those opportunities over time. But we do need time to make that happen, and we need to also ensure that more new people don't move into it. Otherwise, it'll just be an endless, amount of work. And you're right, then we will have a lot of people that will end up getting pushed out of the site at the very end.
My next question was going to be, have we identified a safe parking site or potential safe parking sites?
We are still trying to find a safe parking spot for RVs, which is the hardest one for us to locate. And right now, the RVs that are being displaced are parking just along, they're staying in the area, and they're parking around the park.
Okay. And when you say you need more time, does the phased approach help with that, or is that irrelevant to having more time?
No, I mean, I think that was what the agreement on the team was that the phased approach helped and allowed housing to have more time to do the work that we need to do with the people that are living on the site.
Okay. Well, I'll support the underlying motion, but I have a hard time understanding how we're going to ultimately not need a fence to comply with the FAA.
Thank you. Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciated the line of questioning. I'm very supportive of staff's position. It seems to me that everything you've articulated seems to be based in common sense and a very straightforward look as to what the problem is and potential solutions. And there seems to be no clear winnable strategy here, if you will, as it relates to the folks that are there that are homeless and living in RVs and such. A lot's been said. A lot of my questions were answered, but I do have a question about the memo that was written by my colleagues, the mayor, Vice Mayor Jones, Councilor Corrales, and Cohen. But the question is not to them. The question is more to Jackie. So specifically, for example, 1B, where it says to identify a safe parking sign on public or private land. How do you interpret that as it relates to what I believe maybe the only safe parking location we're considering in the city? Is that the VTA lot in South San Jose? And so I'm curious, knowing that, how you view this particular direction.
So with this particular direction, we've had multiple directions regarding priorities. And so I think it's really important for us to try to meet as many of your priorities as possible. So we know that council members have also expressed concerns regarding having people in your surrounding areas have access to sites when we open them up. And so what we'd like to do is create a multiple priority system where we have room for people who are living in the area in order to support the efforts of council members who spend so much time helping us to get sites. But we also know we have other needs and demands. So this is one particular one where if we want to bait a site, we want to create opportunities for people where they should go. So we're thinking about some percentage set-asides on sites that we would bring back to you all to say, is this the right mix between the ensuring that we have availability for the people that live in the area, availability for abatements, and then availability for whatever other project we're working on.
Okay, thank you very much. And part of my concern is this, is that I think in the memo there was a number that was thrown out, I think about 100 RVs that are currently on the Spring Street site. I know not all of them are operable, it seems. I've only been by there a few times, so certainly haven't counted. My concern is, for example, a district finds a location, we have a safe parking for RVs. Theoretically, all these 100 can go and just park there, not necessarily alleviating the issues in that immediate area. And so that is one of the concerns I have. And so what I'm curious about, I'm wondering if we're in the process of looking at additional or trying to find additional safe parking sites, and if housing is sort of working with council members to do that? Is that?
Yes, we are still looking for additional sites.
Okay. And then the language in 1B that I'm almost certain you probably looked at, allocate a portion of funds from the RFP that will be released soon. And so how do you, to me, that speaks to a few different sites, not necessarily one. And so is that the way you interpret that?
Yes.
Okay.
We're
cool.
trying to find more than one site. We know one site is nowhere near what we need to meet the needs of RV and car dwellers. And we also know, frankly, that they will not go just because we put a site way across the city, because what we learned through our pilot safe parking programs were that people, depending upon the situation, might be near their job or might be near a location where they have family and friends or some sort of support system. So they don't want to move way across the city, even if we say you can park here and it'll be okay. Yeah. So people they still need to make decisions for themselves, and they don't necessarily go where we find a space.
Right, okay. So obviously there's an interest in finding additional locations, but the other thing that I know to be true is some of that's sort of anchored by and sort of what's dragging on that is maybe the amount of money available to do that. How much funds that may come down the pipeline, whether it be, early November or whatever that may be, how many funds do you think we're going to need, or how much sorry, let me rephrase my question. Do you think we're going to have enough funds to fund more than, say, 2 or 3 safe parking sites, or do you anticipate only having enough funds to do one, or what's your thinking around that?
Yeah, I don't think right now we have more. We have enough money to do 2, is what we have been working on.
Okay. All right. Do you think that the language in 1B that we should be a little bit more specific and maybe say identify a second safe parking location as opposed to the way it's written? And I'll say a second, given that I think we've already identified one in South San Jose, and I'm curious if you think that being explicit there would be helpful, or?
Councilmember Mendes, if it helps, I think as someone who had some role in helping to draft the language, I'm certainly supportive of making sure that we are pushing for multiple sites. I recognize the concern.
Okay, so what I'd like to see, to the extent possible, assuming this substitute motion doesn't pass, then when it's taken up, hopefully someone's willing to adopt that. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We have right now a substitute motion, I believe, from Councilmember Davis. Substitute motion first. We're voting on the substitute motion first. Okay. We'll now consider the underlying motion.
And I'm willing to amend it on that item 1B to stress that we're not talking about just one site, specifically not just the one site that we're already looking into, but that we're talking about additional sites. So.
Yeah, I was a seconder. I was going to suggest the word, just identify additional safe parking sites.
Yeah.
I need to announce the vote for the people viewing on Zoom. We had one yes from Councilmember Davis, and the rest of the votes are no.
And one absence. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's vote on the underlying motion. Councilman Ross. Okay.
And that is 9 yeses, 1 no from Councilmember Davis, and Arenas is absent.
Thank you. Okay, we're then on to item 5.1, which are actions, and thank you, everybody. Thank you for your work on this very, very difficult problem. Item 5.1 are actions related to the airport accessibility upgrades, parking, and roadways rebid. No presentation, John says. There's a motion and a second. Councilmember Mendes, was that indicator from the last item? Yeah. Okay, great. All right, is there any public comment on item 5.1 relating to the airport accessibility upgrades?
Yes, I currently have 3 hands up. The first speaker is Alex Shore.
I was trying to talk for the last agenda item. Sorry about that.
Okay, caller 5140.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't take all afternoon to decide this next one. My God. I mean, you know, the airport should be a gleaming place for the entry of visitors and business people. It shouldn't look like crap. It should have proper stores and bars and roads and everything else. That airport's depressing. The moment that you hit the road to get in, the signs are bad. It needs new signage. It needs new ways for pickup and drop off. I mean, quit hiring these fascists with the flashlights in your face and everything. This place is a disaster. You guys can't even figure out how to manage the adjoining area because it's too hard for the police. It's too hard for the park police. Hey, SJPD and the park police always have time to roust me, and I'm a tax-paying citizen that's not homeless. So you guys need to do something about that airport and everything about it from top to bottom. It's a disgrace. It's depressing. The roads, everything. You need to really fix up that airport. I don't know where all the money's going. There's plenty of fees and taxes and everything else. It took, 30 years to build that place up from the little crappy airport that it always has been. It just made it a bigger crappy airport. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves how you run this city and you run this airport. And if you guys are too afraid, maybe you should be too afraid not to roust me. Maybe you should be too afraid not to cite me. Maybe you should be too afraid not to arrest me. What, are the homeless a special class of people all of a sudden? But all of a sudden, someone who speaks about a city council meeting gets walked out? You guys have a lot of nerve. Sorry I got off topic, but I couldn't help myself. This is
Tessa Woodmansey.
Okay.
accessibility upgrades for the airport. Well, you know my thoughts about the airport, in that we shouldn't be supporting the airports. That really what has to happen to the airport, the accessibility would be the survivability of our species by actually making it an eco village, and these are the kind of transformational changes we need. And that, we have limited time to save humanity. If that's not scary enough to make the changes, I don't know what else is. So they're 4 to 5 years. The head scientist of the UK, David King, is saying, Sir David King. So, we have a lot of changes. And then I'm thinking about, the resources of our city for accessibility with our airport. And I can't get a bike lane on Coleman Avenue. There's accessibility. That's accessibility, that we should be able to ride our bicycles to the airport. And we can't do that, even if we wanted to. It's not safe, and the way on both sides, both the east and west side of Coleman, between Heading and Taylor, are very bad. And that's the area that I've been talking about, especially the west side, as you go from Heading to Taylor. And when we talk about accessibility to our airports, and yet we are not creating safe places to ride our bicycles. And it is happening downtown too, that we now downtown, there's no accessibility, for our bicycles. You've taken San Fernando and you've taken Santa Clara, both, to give it to restaurants and to the building of whatever that big company that's building there, and you have no accessibility. And so, we're not human scale. That's what brings the downfall of a society, is overextending. We've overextended. That's what happened to the Roman Empire. We're overextended. And that's what accessibility to air.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. For this item, the issues of accessibility, it may have needs of technology and data collection. And just a reminder that, in doing this work for over 6 years now, I've learned to be able to understand that, the airport technology and surveillance and data collection, it tends to work differently than regular city technology and data collection. And they work really well. They have really good examples of how they work. And just a reminder of their good practices. Maybe it can help the more everyday surveillance and technology and data collection needs within the city. And just good luck how you can work on the previous item. It was a hard-fought way, but it was good conversation, and I hope we can learn how to work towards a light touch. Thank you.
Brian.
Hi. Oh, I forgot to put Darby. Brian Darby. Somebody had suggested my last name too. Well, that was quite a discussion last time. I was out at the airport, and I got to take the tour of the airport like 5 times because I didn't see you have to go over the thing, pick up somebody to rent a car. And another gentleman, speaker, was saying about the signage. I think that has some validity, though I like driving around the airport once I figured out how to get off at 880. It was actually pretty funny. But, and also the other person that shared about the bike ramps on Coleman, it is a very dangerous place. Those are very valid points, and I understand them bringing it up. The signage would be better on the airport. Well, I think everybody knows what I'm trying to say. Anyway, thank you.
Back to the council.
Councilmember Jimenez had made a motion and I seconded it.
So I think we're ready for a vote.
My apologies.
I have a comment and a question, actually.
Okay, Councilmember.
Sorry about that. I know we're trying to move the agenda now. Just a question, John. I appreciate the accessibility and that's what we're working on, but I'm looking at Phase 3A terminal package, and I'm hoping that's accessibility for those who have difficulty getting around the actual airport itself. What's the timing on that?
The 3 separate phases are going to happen sequentially. So as soon as we finish this first package, we'll move into the other. So it's over the next several years.
Okay.
They're large packages, and what we tried to do is prioritize them by the ones that are the most impactful, so that parking lots, roadways, getting up on the curb, those things really impact people versus being in the terminal and having to find the elevator. But the physical challenges in our parking lots and our roadways have a much bigger, right, more dramatic effect. So that's the one we went with first, and then we'll work towards the others. But we tried to look at it as one holistic thing because it's important, but it's just too big to get your hands around. So we broke it up in logical, priority-based projects to get the most bang faster up at the front.
Great, I appreciate that. I was just trying to get an idea, so it's several years, not months.
Yes.
Okay, that helps, thank you.
Other questions? I just had one other question, John. You know, we built this airport a little more than a decade ago. ADA was around then. Was it, you know, won lots of design awards, it seemed to be well built. Did we miss something, or?
No,
or has everything changed on us since the new building code?
The codes change routinely.
Yeah.
And we were fine until we triggered wanting to make some improvements to the building with our concessions and stuff. And so when you have a triggering event,
right, then
you need to go back and look at the code. And so with that, we had to work a plan with Public Works to bring the building into the new code level. And so that's what this is cleaning up the transition into the new code.
So we're just feeling the same pain we subject everyone else to when we upgrade our codes.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Any other questions? Let's vote. All right, that's unanimous with one absence. We're on to item 8.1, which is approval of downtown high-rise tax fee waiver for 27 West. There is a presentation. Welcome, Jared.
Good evening. Jared Ferguson, Housing Catalyst with the Office of Economic Development and Cultural Affairs, here this evening to conduct a public hearing for a tax and fee waiver for the 27 West residential high-rise development located at 27 South First Street that is required under government code and the city's open government resolution. So just some brief background. The city has had a residential high-rise program going back as far as 2007 with several renewals over the years in 2012 and 2016. These programs have resulted in the construction of 2,412 units. The current downtown high-rise program was approved by the City Council on November 5th, 2019, following the receipt of an analysis that demonstrated that a typical high-rise development in downtown San Jose was not financially feasible. The program provides a 50% reduction in the two primary construction taxes. Those are the building and structure tax, or otherwise known as the BNS, and the commercial residential mobile home park building tax, known as CRIMP. And it also allows deferral of payment to certificate of occupancy. Additionally, the program includes a reduction to $0 the affordable housing impact fee or the inclusionary housing ordinance in lieu fee. A project must obtain its certificate of occupancy before June 30th, 2025 in order to qualify for the tax and fee reductions. "27 West is a 24-story high-rise mixed-use tower on a 0.57-acre site at 27 South First Street. The tower will contain 374 residential units and 35,264 square feet of retail commercial space. These are several renderings of the project, including street level view and aerial views. This is a summary of the tax and fee waiver for 27 West. Wanted to note for the record that the estimate included in the staff report incorrectly included a 50% reduction of the CRIMP and BNS for the retail commercial portion of the development. The 50% reduction only applies to the residential units. This results in a difference of $113,492. The total value of the waiver is estimated at $6,280,502. So with that, available to answer any questions. And, the applicant and applicant's representative are on the line too if there's any questions for them as well.
Thank you very much, Jared. Thank you. Okay, let's go to the public and to the applicant. Tony?
Who's the applicant?
Probably Eric Schnauer, I'm guessing, is representing him.
They should already be promoted as panelists, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we'll start with him. I was looking for him on the attendee side.
Okay. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Liccardo, members of the council. My name is Eric Schnauer. I represent Altera International on this application. So the project at 27 South First Street downtown is fully approved by the City Council. So the City Council approved the project, and it is fully eligible for the incentive program adopted by the City Council. So, and it's needed now, the incentive program, more than ever. With the COVID pandemic, what has happened in the marketplace is that the costs of construction have remained at record highs and continue to go up, yet rental rates for apartments have plateaued. And for a while during the pandemic, they actually decreased. In addition, there's uncertainty in the marketplace about both what apartment rental rates will be in the future, as well as the return to urban living and urban work in the downtowns in the country. So because of the increased construction costs, the moderation of rental rates, and potential doubt about the vibrancy of urban downtowns, it's harder than ever to finance these high-rise projects. So the incentive program is essential if we're going to have new high-rise residential in downtown, and we would appreciate the council's support and consideration on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to the public now.
Tessa Woodmansey.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tessa Woodmansey. Well, the projects are all wrong, what we're doing. You know, to even have like whatever that big number was of commercial and retail. And, you know, we are really designing our whole community poorly. We're not addressing the real crises that we have, which is a housing crisis. And we're not putting enough resource into that. And we're creating commercial space and the retail space. And I'm seeing it here on Stockton Avenue. You know, we're building, what we call mixed use. We have to stop the mixed use. And that's where, you know, we're not even getting anything from the commercial development. When we do the commercial development, they put nothing into our in lieu fees. And yet we're designing, our general plan is all about these jobs. And what we have to realize is that the jobs are going away. And the jobs need to go away because that's how we reduce our fossil fuel use to zero. And the thing is, when we're building these buildings and having office space, we don't need office space. We need to be working at home. And then we also don't need retail. Like I say, if I look on Stockton Avenue, all these retail buildings with a 2-story high, nobody's in there. Nobody's going in there. And so this is where, and we saw it with City Hall. You put retail down the bottom of City Hall and nobody came in there. And so, this is where we have to get back to basics. And I'm even hearing it from the developers saying, well, we wish you were here before we had the Envision 2040 plan, which made them all develop a lot of commercial investments. So in terms of giving them a break, for their, the residential part, I don't think we shouldn't give them a break. I don't think so, because we're having them, they're building these big high rises and they're building wrong. And so, I don't think there should be any breaks. And we need all the money in our city to solve a lot of the crises that we're experiencing.
Roland, followed by Brian.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So it's a follow-up to the comments I made earlier when we're talking about the 2021 budget. And, I have a real problem with the applicant's credibility here when people are telling me, yada, yada, this is not financially feasible. Well, I got news for you, Mr. Applicant. The sales taxpayers of Santa Clara County are actually investing $4 billion right there in front of your building. And what do we get in return? More demands for more giveaways. And this has to stop at some point. So last Friday at the VTA Bar meeting, I brought up the Canary Wharf station in London that was built entirely by developers for $800 million. And do you know why? The value capture they generated around that station was the equivalent of 1/3 of the entire $20 billion project. Now this brings us back to moving back to San Jose. If you look at that building, yes, the front address, and I wish somebody would turn the mic off, please. The front address of the building is 27 South First Street, but the back end of the building extends all the way to 2nd Street, to where the light rail station. And I don't know if anybody caught this last Friday. I actually showed a BART station entrance we were working on, which is actually located right there at the back of this building. So in closing, instead of having more ways, why don't we start having some discussions and having some P2 agreements and put a BART entrance right there in the basement at the back of the building? Thank you.
Ryan, followed by Blair.
Hi. I don't fully agree with the way things are handled as far as like building, but I guess the incentives are vetted by the city, and I do trust the city staff, so I'll just have to acquiesce to that. But I was wondering, and maybe you could ask Mr. Schronauer this, if you're building these things and then you find out the market changes and you need more housing, while you're building it, is it a way to convert some of that real estate or retail space back into apartments so that you have more flexibility and less vulnerability to, the market changes as the building things? I don't know if that makes sense. I hope somebody can sort of answer that. Thank you.
Blair Beekman, followed by Mike Sodergren.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I'm not too happy, I think, with the design of this place. I guess you need the ideas of high-rise. I won't argue with that too much, but it's sort of, it's a mixed-use building, and the shops on the bottom, the picture it offered just kind of offered a blanket of just one big mall-like setting. And I understand you're going to put probably individual shops within that mall-like setting, but it just has a air to it of just, boy, it's not the sense of an old downtown, with each building as its own individual style. And that hurts. And I know you're trying to address that issue. Is there a way to build the high rise and for the ownership to still take place for the whole land, but make the stores and the bottom levels individual and unique buildings, and each with their own unique style? That's my only way to ask for at this time. I like the individuality concept more than just a blanket appearance that this has. It looks like something straight out of 1962. So good luck what you can do with this, and yeah, you guys have vision. I don't want to fully mess with that. I just hope it can be, you can hear choices, and good luck. Thank you.
Mike Sodergren, followed by caller 5140.
Hi, Mike Sodergren, Preservation Action Council. Thank you for taking public comment on this issue. PAC originally challenged the Tower 27 project design for its impact to the downtown commercial historic district, the demolition of the historic Woolworths building where Tower 27 will be built, and the damage to the common walls of a dozen surrounding historic buildings. Architectural drawings within the staff report show all new buildings on the north side of historic Post Street that we had not seen before as a new impact of this developer's plans in downtown San Jose. Item 8.1 proposes a public hearing to grant $6.3 million in foregone construction taxes and affordable housing impact fees to improve the P&L of Altera Worldwide LLC. Staff's memo does not make a specific recommendation, but notes the need for an updated feasibility analysis of high-rise development as a component of the housing crisis work plan. We would encourage, therefore, the council to consider the value of waiting for updated data from staff before making a decision to forfeit $6.3 million of the people's money and potentially encouraging other developers to ask for the same. Is the fate of this project going to be determined based on a $6.3 million underwriting by the people of San Jose? How much faith should we put in the project seeking a subsidy representing 2.7% of the total $240 million in the estimated construction cost? The developer proposes at least partial funding of this project through crowdsourced funding. So this concern is that the project commences with demolition and damage of irreplaceable historic buildings and then fails. Given this project promises to create almost 600 full-time and nearly 150 part-time construction jobs and 165 full-time equivalent post-construction employees, it seems reasonable to ask what the consequence would be if the project fails.
Caller 5140. Caller 5140, press *6 to unmute.
Yeah, I think it's insane to keep subsidizing every single thing. This is subsidized. This is glorified corporate welfare to be subsidizing these high rises for retail. Retail for what? Everybody orders on Amazon now. Who's going to go to a restaurant right now when it costs $29 to get a hamburger and a beer? You guys are crazy to want to build these things. No one's living in those high rises anyway. That's why downtown was dead before COVID, because there was nobody living in those high rises. They'd all been bought by speculators. I know a guy who worked at a cafe that's now defunct, went defunct before COVID, that told me that nobody lives in it. They put in fake furniture and have the lights turn on and off during the nighttime to make it look like people live there. So you guys are crazy to want to subsidize more. You guys have been subsidizing that downtown. The amount of money that San Jose has given that downtown, it should look like Park Avenue down there. It doesn't. It looks terrible. So you guys are misguided to be doing what you're doing, really. You need to maybe let the free market decide. Throwing money at it from the taxpayers, it's not fair. It's not fair at all. You guys should not subsidize this. It's not good. It doesn't work. And take a look at all the empty high rises. You're going to build more, please. Who wants to live in that downtown anyway? I mean, look around City Hall. It looks terrible. Everything around there is terrible. So you guys should have different ideas. It doesn't work.
Back to the mayor.
All right, back to Councilmember Peralta.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, staff, and just for reference, it's in the staff memo, but the background on sort of how we got here. So it's all in there. These are decisions that are stemming from the infeasibility of building high-rise within downtown due to a number of factors, and our high-rise feasibility assessment that we have done, and then this ultimate high-rise incentive program to try and get more development in the downtown core. And so with that, there is something that my office has continually done to negotiate with the developers, considering some of the history we've had on wage theft from subcontractors and projects. And it is something that has to be voluntary, and so that's why we've asked the applicant to commit to such, and we've actually had that agreement from the applicant, but I just wanted to get to see, I think Eric Schoenhauer was here, representative of the applicant. If we could get him back on the line, so then that way he can just reaffirm that the recommendation that I've made in my memo is something that the developer will agree to.
Yes, am I unmuted? Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, yes, we appreciate Council Member Peralez's assistance and leadership on this project and support the recommendations in his memo.
Great, thank you very much. So with that, I'll move my memo on the item. Thanks.
Second.
Motion and second. Other comments? I just had a question about the calculation of the annual fiscal benefit to the city. Jared, could you just tell us about what valuation you used as a basis for that? Because I assume it's a couple $100 million that you got to pour into building one of these things, right?
Are you talking about the ongoing revenue to
Yeah.
the city?
The property
Yeah,
tax.
it can be challenging to estimate. We've estimated the property tax, the business tax, and the sales tax. There's also a utility user tax that we didn't include in the estimate.
Could we just start with the assumption of how much valuation you would use as just your assumption? Because I think that could answer all my questions if I just knew what you're starting with.
Yeah, we have a valuation that's provided by the developer. It's a little over $62 million for the estimated construction cost valuation
for the tower.
Mm-hmm.
That seems like a bargain. Okay. Mr. Shaynauer, are you on the horn still?
I'm here, yes.
That's 62 million sounds kind of low to me to build a tower. I was just curious, is that what you guys determined the valuation of this to be once it's built?
I don't have the information on that, but
Okay.
62 million can't be the correct number. Cannot.
Yeah,
It's impossible.
Yeah, that was my impression.
So I don't know where that came from. I don't know where staff got that number, but it's not accurate.
Okay. So I understand you don't have a number for this, but you're very experienced with high rise and so forth. I assume the number is somewhere around 200 million or more just for construction. Is that right?
That would be a more accurate number.
Okay. Is there an even more accurate one than that?
I don't have it. I mean,
Okay.
I simply, I don't want to guess.
Okay.
So I did not ask our team the current construction costs for the project simply because I didn't expect to be asked about it. Sorry.
Yeah, I understood. I was just trying to compare sort of similar high rises. And so the reason why I'm asking is we're looking at the fiscal impact, for example, of the project, and one-time revenue to the city, $6.5 million in construction, Parkland and lieu fees and so forth. But it's that ongoing property tax that I think is often most valuable if you can turn what is a very undervalued site into something that's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Nancy, did you want to weigh in on this?
Yes, thank you very much. Nancy Klein, Office of Economic Development. I believe what Jared has is a number for valuation of construction, not the value of the property as per Larry Stone would give that.
Yeah.
So that is the difference, and I would imagine it's at least 130 million, but we would have to come back to you with a larger, the right number.
I'd be really surprised, honestly, the 62 million was the value of construction as well. But that seems incredibly low to me, based on, but.
It has a particular definition for the steel, for the walls, etc.
Okay.
But yes, we should have a better number for you, but I am very certain it's at least double what it is.
Okay. All right. Reason why I was asking is I think that fiscal number, if we were to bear down on it, is probably quite a bit larger, but I'll leave that alone for now. Councilmember Peralez? Or was that from before?
That was from before.
Great. Councilmember Cohen?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just going to make a couple of comments on this item. First, I'm not a big fan of the waiver for affordable housing. I think it's really important that we push as a city to get affordable housing downtown just like everywhere else, and that we don't let people off the hook on affordable housing fees. Having said that, I know that the city council did pass a policy 2 years ago And I know there was debate about it at that time. I wasn't on the council, but I, you know, for the sake of following the policy that the council approved, I will vote in favor of this today because I think it's important that we have consistency for the projects downtown. But I just wanted to make the statement that I'm frustrated by this policy that we would waive the affordable housing requirement in these projects. I also just want to make a comment on the memo itself. Item 2, net fiscal impact. I think it's important for the net fiscal impact to state not just what revenue comes from building the project, but what revenue is foregone by cutting the project. To me, the net fiscal impact of this action is a reduction in the fees the city receives, not an increase, not a revenue to the city. So on that item, for future items, I'd like to see that net fiscal impact include that statement of what the reduction of fees that we're getting from the project are. I know it's in the memo elsewhere, but I think for the sake of completeness of that table, that net fiscal impact here should refer to, you know, a loss of fees to the city by doing this versus not doing it. So thank you very much.
All right, any other comments or questions? Okay, let's vote on the motion. That motion passes with 2 absences. We're on to open forum.
I have 2 speaker cards, Ferris and Randy Rodriguez. If I've called your name, please come down. I think it says Randy Rodriguez. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move to Zoom. Tessa Woodmansey.
Oh, okay, thank you. Well, one of the comments I have is in regards to the way the meetings are being held. We can't see on Zoom who's talking. We don't know who's off, who's off doing whatever they want. We have no insight into what's happening on the dais, who's paying attention. I heard, basically Maya Spards is saying, oh, I thought there was just going to be 6 people talking, like as if she had left the room and, didn't come back. So, and I think we need to pay attention. We should have our headsets on when we leave the room and things like that. And so we know what's going on in our meetings. And, we have no real insight into what you're doing because now it's this hybrid and you're really not doing a good job with the hybrid because I don't know who's speaking. Even if I go to the, what's it called, the transcription, it'll say the dais or whatever. And so I don't know who's talking. And, this has been a problem even in the city hall, when people sit on that desk where all the workers are, there's no sign of who they are. There needs to be a lot more outreach, what is that called? Open government policies that you're making it accessible. And the thing is, and we're seeing this with the schools, the schools will not allow virtualization. And even Mayor Liccardo says, I hate you if you are ever think about, not coming to the city hall. You have to come because it's all about economic growth and development for our city. We have to bring everybody together. Doesn't matter that we have we have a crisis of a public health crisis. Oh, we just have vaccines. So no, there's no problems anymore. And that's BS really. And we do, we're not providing the virtualization, and the students that, okay, they send them home for quarantine, no schooling, and there's no virtualization of the schools, and so, this is it's just a big hole that's happening. And we need to really support the virtualization and keep that going and really improve it. And that is our backup. And that's how we should.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks for today's meeting. A quick thought about the item about the fence issue in the airport area in the future Columbus Park area. It's my understanding that part of the reason why this needs to be done is that when planes fly by there, I mean, don't they sometimes dump fuel, and there's just their exhaust issues that day after day, year after year would just it's unhealthy. I'm a bit concerned that you actually want to talk about a future of soccer fields in such a place I hope that talk, I don't know, I don't think it really should go very far, basically, and that we just simply leave it an abandoned lot. And good luck how you do work with it. It was really, boy, a lot of effort from everyone today. Thank you. You know, for as difficult as these issues are, I really hope we can just learn a good light touch in how to work on it. I think it's that sort of thinking and working and attitude that I think everyone would be helped by and want to work towards good goals. And that I think, you know, Angel and John Aiken really want to work towards. And it's tough to figure out how to work that way and to learn to work that way. Good luck how you can do it. And, you know, we can find housing for people and get hopeful about that whole process. To conclude, boy, you know, I'm really sorry that I talk about the earthquake stuff the way I do. I know it's really annoying to people. I hope I can talk to city council so they can give me some direction and we can have a better public comment process in the future. I don't exactly know what's going to happen, but I try to be honest and decent about what I'm sharing, and so you can make your own good decisions.
I'd like to note that we have 11 hands up. We have Shaprice, followed by Scott Largent.
Hi, thank you. I wanted to talk about the 71 Vista Montana safe site for the homeless. When this first came to our neighborhood, we were told that people would be living in their RVs and they wouldn't be bringing a lot of their stuff like loaded onto trailers, and unused cars wouldn't be able to park in there and whatnot. And a lot of these promises have been broken, and we've been documenting everything and sending our questions to the city, and we haven't heard back on a lot of the questions that we've been asking. My main question is, what is being done right now to relocate them actively from the city council members? And when would we expect for them to move at this point? Thank you.
Scott Largent, followed by caller 5140.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Scott Largent. I can kind of feel and sense that woman's frustration with the 71 Montana Vista site. I would have really liked to have gone to that site. I think it would have been very beneficial. You know, being 5 years sober in a situation that I'm in right now, I would have loved to have been there. I could have had my daughter play on the playground next door. I could go to work every day not worrying about my stuff being stolen, and kind of get on with my life that I've been trying to do for 5 years. We don't pick people up after they hit the pavement here in Silicon Valley. We really don't. It's kind of like what happens in Japan. It's shocking that it's this way. Now, where I'm currently at in the crash zone, it gets a little intimidating. You know, at first going out there, I was a little worried. Then you start to get to know people over time. And, you know, somebody might grow a beard. They might get, you know, pretty dirty. I mean, you're out in a big mud fest out there. But there's a lot of really good, kind people out there. And then there's a lot of really bad people. But the city and the county have not taken the time to vet the people out and figure out who we can help and who we can't help, and, you know, what's a quick fix and what's a lifelong repair. And you guys do have the opportunity to figure that out right now, but I think you should start pulling people out immediately and start giving them a place to go. A safe parking program right now, I could probably put about 50 people from there that I know would not be a problem. They work, they have children, they have, you know, a reason to keep trucking along. And these are the ones we really got to help. Now, the other ones, we're going to really have to figure out drug treatment and mental health services. But you guys can figure it out. I'm
Caller 5140, followed by Adam Cole.
Hey everybody, it's me again. Caller 5140, person that city council loves to hate. Anyway, you guys, I never ever want to hear you say how you can't bust somebody because they're homeless or because they're a certain group of people. You always make sure to reprimand me, cite me, walk me out, harass me, arrest me, grab my testicles during an arrest. You guys know who you are down at Park Police, you bastards down there. You know who you are. Okay? Don't ever tell me you can't do.
Adam Cole, followed by Thomas Doherty.
Good evening. This is Adam Cole, representative with SEMA Operating Engineers, Local 3. I'm speaking to address the hero pay that Santa Clara County is paying its employees. Over the last year and a half, Santa Clara deployed thousands of its employees in response to pandemic needs in our community, running test sites, clinics, contact tracing, and more. In most cases, the county was not able to hire additional staff to do this work. Instead, they tapped their existing employees and deployed them to new assignments. Meanwhile, other employees remain behind to continue regular county services. Our public safety institutions, hospitals, mental health, managed care services, they continue to provide these services on a skeleton crew. Virtually all of SEMA's 2,500 members are salaried employees. They don't get overtime. We know that from workplace and polling data, the average SEMA member worked 50 hours a week prior to the pandemic. Since the pandemic, that's increased by more than 10 hours for most employees. SEMA members have regularly been working weekends, unpaid, to ensure continuity of services. We don't receive overtime nor hazard pay. Santa Clara County did not raise taxes on citizens to pay for pandemic costs or to hire more staff. Actually, they had to cut many permanent staff due to the financial crisis. Instead, our county asked its existing employees to step up during this pandemic to cover new programs and new services and continue existing ones. And they did. The hero pay acknowledges that incredible work. It does not come close to compensating the work, effort, and sacrifices made by SEMA members and other in-county employees. However, it is a worthwhile and appreciated gesture to those employees who worked the front line and kept our public services functioning. Thank you.
Thomas Doherty, followed by Roland.
Yeah, hello. I want to speak to the 71 Vista Montana. We're still a group of people. We're 3,500 of us who are pretty upset about the unfortunate and poorly executed decision to take apples not in my backyard policy. They didn't want the RV folks in their backyard NIMBY. And Mr. Cohen probably got some good campaign money and said, hey, we'll take them over here. Thanks, Tim Cook, for that $100,000 check or whatever it was. We don't know. I'm just assuming that there's probably a pretty good incentive for that. But in spite of that, everything you've promised has not happened. We've got RV people on site, yet you're bringing in junk trailers. Was this designed and is this city zoning to allow junk? Is this a junkyard, a recycling yard where there's junk trailers brought in with who knows what? There's probably toxic waste in there. You know, we've seen oil dumped onto the pavement, the asphalt. We've got pictures of that. We're sending it to the media. We've got pictures of paint being thrown over the fence. We've got pictures and video of generators running with, spewing toxic greenhouse gases into the environment. And all of this stuff is happening right next to a city park where children play. Actually, there's two parks, but right over the fence from another park. Everything that you guys have said, I have to say lie. You've lied to us about this, and it's very, very unfortunate. I don't think the job of the city government is to lie to their constituents and their citizens. I think that's probably not what the founding fathers of the United States thought. But we're on the receiving end of this horrible, horrible decision, and we'd like this to be stopped. And we were told that it was going to be shut down. And we'd like the status of that. Please answer us because we're not giving up. We're not going away. Thank you very much.
An update, additional hands have gone up. So I have 11 hands up. Roland, followed by Alma Goldchain.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Well, let me start with Scott Larson and the 50 good families that he knows. And this is exactly the kind of people I was speaking about earlier. But Scott, with all due respect, you got to understand we cannot take your word for it. So this is why I'm suggesting a staging area at the PD station in San Jose there's enough room for 10 RVs at a time in front of the station, so people can settle in. We can start having conversations, see, what's what, who is what, and then, start thinking about the next steps and potentially getting these people, deeper into our neighborhoods, closer to the light rail and other amenities. And by the way, we got more room in the police compound itself, because I don't understand why we're wasting all these parking spacing, stashing old Crown Vics. You want to do some training with the police, please train them on Explorer, not on Crown Vics. You're going to find pit maneuvers are very different with Explorers. Last thing I'd like to touch on is something that's been frustrating me for a long time, and that Tessa brought up. That right now, I'm basically looking at a black screen. I cannot see you. I cannot see which council members have disappeared, AWOL. So what I would suggest is that Tony, with all due respect, reach out to a young lady by the name of Odin, A-U-D-I-N, Leung, L-E-U-N-G. She is the board assistant for the city's association. I believe Vice Mayor Jones knows her. And she will show you how we can be looking at this little clock and seeing all the council members at the same time. Thank you.
Alma Goldchain, followed by Dolores Morales.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for your time and your consideration. I'm calling about the 71 Vista Montana site as well. And Mr. Larkin, I believe, who was wanting to be on that site and for whatever reasons was not allowed. I don't understand why he would want to be there. There's only 2 porta potties. There's no running water. The site is has been deemed uninhabitable a year ago, full of arsenic, and yet they bring in these trailers full of stuff that, as Tom said, we don't know what kind of materials are on there, that it's like a powder keg that's ready that could just light up and take the neighborhoods around it. With the winds that are blowing, it's dangerous, it's hazardous, and the security is a joke. You have a fake car that's been parked there for a month, unmanned, and these people are street smart. If they see that nobody is really in that car ever, they're going to do whatever they want. And then the security, I've gone by there in the mornings and there's no security guards at all. And we were promised security. And then on top of that, you've targeted our neighborhood so that all these other people are starting to park their RVs in front of this lot, like blatantly. And I have pictures of that. And they're not in the park, in the lot. They're now on our streets because you've targeted our neighborhood as a safe place to park. And now you're turning our neighborhood into a dump site with toxic material. Who knows what kind of individuals, because we're not allowed to know who they are. And the homeless are just coming and roaming around our neighborhoods. You've given leeway with no oversight, and Home First seems to be poorly mismanaging this. They're allowing junk trailers and pickups full, and by full, I mean on the hoods and on top of the car. So this is ridiculous. And this is not what our neighborhood should be, especially right next to a kid's park. Thank you.
Dolores Morales, followed by Krishna.
Good evening. My name is Dolores Morales, President of the County Employees Management Association. I'm disappointed by the comments made by Councilmember Matt Mahan. SEMA represents 2,500 employees who provided an additional 15 hours a week without compensation. Many departments provided disaster service workers with 40% capacity to provide safety net services, often doing 2 additional jobs to service community needs and help business move forward. Many of our staff worked until 1 a.m. and would come back to work at 6 a.m. without compensation, and they did it with pride. Our unit saved the county approximately $293 million in compensation, not factoring benefits, additional job duty or jobs, and overtime. Our county leadership and county executive Jeff Smith are physically responsible. They listen to the community, their staff, and understand the various sacrifices and needs of our community. Our employees are proud to work for Santa Clara County because our leaders put the community first and their employees as close second. As a leader, please do your homework and understand the many layers of complexity and intent of the heroes pay. This decision was done with care, considering the community and the work that still needs to continue as we maneuver through this pandemic. Thank you.
Krishna, followed by Anne Marie.
Hey, this is regarding the RV site at 71 Vista Montana. We have repeatedly raised our concerns at this forum over last many weeks. Thank you for turning a deaf ear to us. I'd like to bring up 3 items today. Item 1, security. Mr. Cohen promised us 24-hour manned security. Well, promises are made just so that they can be broken, I guess. We see large gaps of time when there is no security on site. With no security, all other promises made are out of the window as well. For example, how will city guarantee that, as promised, only vetted people from component site will be there at the site? Item 2, junk. I think you heard some other people talk about the site becoming a junkyard, creating a fire hazard. It's not operational RVs that is here. It is junk RVs which had to be towed in, and now there are trailer full of junk being stored, not even RVs. Item 3, Megan's Law and other informational requests. City has not responded to our request after 30 days have passed after the request was made. We have asked for critical safety information regarding the people the city placed in our midst. We asked this starting on September 3 at Mr. Cohen's meeting. For example, are there sex offenders who are to be reported as per Megan's Law that you placed in our midst? My son walks alone from his school bus to home using this sidewalk at 3 p.m. when I am in office. I'm really worried. That is just a personal example of the anxiety you are subjecting us through. Thanks. Bye.
Anne Marie, followed by Rachel Garcia Fiesel.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. I'm Anne Marie Ruiz. I'm a member of ATU 265. Our members and our brothers and union brothers and sisters across the city and county have unfailingly shown up every day, making sure our county and our city continued and continues to move, be fed, get COVID tested, vaccinated, receive health care, and so much more. Mr. Mahan's hypocrisy and lack of support for frontline workers is shameful. While he made sure that city employees who worked from the safety of their homes were compensated, he speaks against the workers who were and are on the front line. Many who've become ill, brought the illness home, some who have died, some who've brought the illness home to their family members who've died. Shame on you, Mr. Mahan. Many of us who are frontline workers voted for you. We supported you. We will not forget your lack of support come election time. Thank you.
Rachel, followed by Mike Sodergren.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Rachel Garcia Fiesel. I'm a proud member of local ATU 265. I'm here to speak about the issue of hero/hazard pay that's been in the news these past few days. Councilman Matt Mahan, you voted not to approve hazard pay for real essential workers a few months ago. You criticized Santa Clara County for their payments, but city workers got a $1,000 bonus. That's kind of hypocritical. They work from home behind computers. Frontline workers expose themselves daily to this virus. They risk their lives, their families' lives to save this city and serve it. ATU 265 lost 4 members directly from COVID. Essential workers leave their houses every day to go to work to keep everyone going. Let me end with this. Essential workers on their computers at home, what's the worst thing that can happen to them? Their computer crashes. Essential workers that work face to face with the outside world, worst thing that could possibly happen to them, they die from COVID. Let that sink in. Thank you.
Mike Sodergren, followed by Armando Barbosa.
Yes, Mike Sodergren, PAC San Jose. I'm respectfully requesting that the city enable the messaging function of Zoom for the hybrid and the remote meetings so that we can affect more efficient communications. I note by example, the mayor asking the developer how much the estimated construction cost was. And I know the answer to that question. George Avalos wrote about it in interviews with the owner of Altera Worldwide to be $240 million. And it would have been very easy to text in, the source of the information and add that to the conversation. But I would just strongly encourage most productive business meetings have that capability. There is no reason why we shouldn't do that. It would require a modest amount of administrative support to filter through comments and passing those on to the council. I suggest that it may, in fact, allow for the shortening of the public comment period because it would be able to transfer information that's factual and that could be filtered by staff as it's received. Thank you.
Armando Barbosa, followed by Sheena.
Hi, yes, thank you, City Council. Thank you, Chair. COVID emergency proclamation 9 out of 3.4. This will be a two-part for me. Rest in peace, ETA, HU, SEIU essential workers who have worked and lost their lives during this pandemic. In reflection to the recent public story, Matt Mahan, while you were working from home, working families such as myself reported to duty to continue to move this county. Our working dedication for the city and county did not and has not stopped. Through this pandemic, we feared. We, AQ Local 265 and all other supporting local laborers continue to service our county's transit system, which in fact, by the way, we did this providing our own safety equipment at first to perform our duties. The attack on hero pay is not just an attack on financial reserve, but yet an attack on every single county worker, essential worker, in which the community has labeled us heroes. And you somehow found it in your heart to underserve our community and whip such words in your report. We deserve more and we deserve better. I stand with the working families in solidarity. Stop the attack on workers. I'm Armando Barbosa, A2 Local 265 organizer. Part 2, Armando Barbosa, parent. To the office of Maya Esparza, D7. I have contacted your office in desperate need of help for my son's education and assistance with tutoring or other services that are being provided through the community in which I have not received a response. Any response that I have received, it just unfaltered, it goes back and forth. I'm pleading again to the office of Maya Esparza that I do need help with public education for my son. Thank you.
I have two hands left up, Sheena, followed by Barat.
We were very relieved to hear from Councilmember Cohen's Chief of Staff, Stacey Brown, and Deputy City Manager Rosalind Huey on October 8th that the 71 Vista Montana safe RV parking site will be shut down imminently as soon as there is another suitable RV site created that can offer the amenities and wraparound services that homeless people need to get back on their feet. I appreciated that they admitted that the site was created in a rush and does not have the amenities that they need, and that it bypassed the public notification and planning process because of this sense of urgency. For these reasons, and because of the many failures at and near the site that I've already emailed about, we are very relieved to hear about this. But in the meantime, while the site is operational, we still need help keeping the situation from getting worse. What resources will you commit to supporting our community after bringing these issues to our area? As an example, I want to talk about accountability regarding security. Multiple times there has been no security on site. And I understand that Vanessa and Nathaniel from the housing department have spot checked it and someone has been there, but that does not provide 24-hour coverage. How are you verifying someone is there full time? Are there logs with sign in and sign out? If they go on lunch break, does someone relieve them? Are there cameras? The security guards themselves do not seem to be reporting on the participants inside the site when there's violations of the code of conduct, such as doing the car maintenance that's supposed to be discouraged, or the debris left around, or the dumping of some strange illegal substance outside. What kind of response time should we expect for these issues to be addressed? The security guards are not trained to deal with this population, and they're the only ones there. What action was taken when the security guard followed and harassed our neighbors right outside the site, leaving the site unattended? I heard from a reporter that fires are often set by other homeless people as intimidation. If security isn't on site, who's going to help with that? This encampment already had a previous fire. Please address these.
Hi, an additional hand went up, so I still have two speakers, Bharat followed by Raja.
Yeah, hi, this is Bharat. I'm the resident close to 71 Vista, Montana, and I'd like to speak about the fact that there is not security, there's no 24-hour security. In fact, several of us actually went over the weekend and then, and not the weekend, actually Monday, and there was no one to check at the gate, and several actually entered without anyone being checked. I did report that to the city, but the response was that there was actually a security there, but when we went, there wasn't anyone. People were going in, going out without anyone checking at all. So there is a lack of security out there that needs to be addressed. And the second is about the trash. As you can see, I've sent mails to the city, to both the city manager as well as chief of staff Stacy and Rosalind there. There's trash on the sidewalk, there's paint and others being dumped out there, so that needs to be cleaned. So we don't see the city adequately staffed to actually cover all those things. We do understand that Stacy in a meeting with some of the members from here mentioned that it's going to be shut down, but we don't know when it's going to be shut down. So and I've sent an email. I've not received responses to multiple emails. So we definitely need a message and the city to be more communicative. We took time off our busy schedule to come in, and we expect response and to emails that we send. And the final one is there's a lot of requests on public information that is being pushed out multiple times. In fact, Rosalind said she would address that. I don't see that being addressed. It's been a week and a half already. So we definitely need this to be addressed so that it doesn't get pushed out. It was pushed out from middle of September to October 7th. Now it's again pushed out to October 20th. It's been more than 30 days since we requested, and then we definitely need answers to those. So it's very inefficient for us to keep coming every week in a public call to address this. Please address this. Thank you.
Raja?
Yeah, hi. This is regarding the 71 Vista Montana site. As many of the folks have voiced the concern before, there is literally no security. So we were promised 24 hours manned security by Cohen and his staff in the memo. But I myself has walked around many times, and also many residents have noticed there is literally no security. The lack of security is concerning. We were able to notice some new people moving in and out last few days. New trailers showed up inside, and some still just waiting outside to get in. So I don't know how it has been managed, or we are not told like what's going to happen, or like initially they said there's only few people who have been allowed and then they're going to go in, but we could literally see there is new residents or new trailers that are all been getting in. And the junk portion. So in the memo or the information shared by Cohen's office said, okay, you folks said being stored on site that belongs to the individuals participating in the Home First model program. I request you to personally visit the site. It is becoming a junkyard, and we see, and you know how this homeless junkyard has been. We see literally people sitting around junk and then stored on the ground. As we brought it to attention many times, homes are 2 feet away from this parking lot. Trailers full of junk is clear. It's just a fire hazard. Also, like we have requested for the information about the from the residents, and we have not heard that. So the sex offenders or who are all being living there, and what is their background and things like that. Why has it been getting delayed? If the city has nothing to hide, why is the delay in sharing the information? So I request you to put an end to this unsafe site location as fast as you can.
Back to the mayor.
All right, thanks everybody. Let's adjourn.